Vice Captain America, the world's fourth greatest forehead, and a geography semi-finalist at the World Championships, Zealand! Bacon today. Let's just take some bacon and just toss it into the wind. You know, Merceri, thank you for the 3 months. Hella Storm, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Vitzel Mel, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back to the Hammers. We are going to throw our bacon into the abyss. We are going to wager on the World Cup, and we are going to bring the World Cup to its dramatic conclusion today. And I am looking forward to it. Nick.
Don't get to watch live often. Happy to be here for the Dub C.
For the Dub C. I love that, Nick. Thank you for the 15 months. And I'm glad that you could be here. Very important poll. Who should replace Sean Dyke, Said Lasso, Clive Livingsworth, Iall, and the 4150. Lalujo's Do a Football or the stream editor Gadget. Very important poll at the top of the chat to kick us off. KQ, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back to the Hammers. Did the USA make it? Yes. The USA is also already officially eliminated after 2 matches. Up the Greg Berhalter. We lost 4-0. To North Korea. No, South Korea. But I suppose at least it wasn't North Korea. DC Meister, thank you for the Twitch Prime. And enjoy the bacon, enjoy the emotes. Make sure you get the subsection of the Discord. Hi, Zealand. How are you? I'm good, Rob. I'm good. Korea United. Kim intensifies. Okay. These are the World Cup groups as they stand. We finished all the first 4 groups. The first stream of this, we got through all the qualifying. We got through all the first group stage matches. We've got Ghana, Netherlands finishing ahead of Austria and Qatar. Freaking Austria failing to beat Qatar in the last match, so they would have gone through and eliminated the Netherlands. In Group B, we had Italy and Nigeria over Uruguay and Haiti. Haiti?
Go sports.
Sports. Zealand has live sports, right? France, Spain going through over Ivory Coast and Jamaica. England and Mexico going through over Senegal and Australia. Which brings us to Group E. This is the first group that we will be messing around on today. It is a group where you have Scotland, Brazil, Croatia, and Japan. All 4 teams still have an opportunity to make it to the knockouts. The issue for Japan is that they are playing Brazil and they need to beat Brazil by 2 goals to go to the knockouts. And Croatia needs to beat Scotland by 2 goals to go to the knockouts. That is the sitch. That's the situation. If Scotland and Brazil can avoid a 2-goal defeat, they will be going to the knockout stages. It is very, very straightforward. That is all thanks to goal difference and Zealand doing math. Very important, right? Very important. Watch Japan and Croatia both win. Imagine if they both win by 1 goal, and then everybody in the group is on 4 points, and the goal difference of Scotland and Brazil would literally be 1 higher on each of those. Yeah, that's how it works. Now, I think what could happen here is Japan. No, that wouldn't happen. Okay, if Croatia wins like 3-2 and Japan wins like 1-0, then it is possible for Scotland and Croatia to actually both go through. Because if Croatia wins by a goal and Brazil loses by a goal, then it comes down to goals for. And so if Croatia does beat Scotland like 3-2, 4-3, something crazy, Brazil doesn't score a lot of goals and loses by 1 to Japan, it's possible for Scotland and Croatia to go through and Brazil get eliminated. We know Japan is capable of pulling off surprising results. That might be just a bridge too far. But we will find out because we are about to head forward to our first match of the stream. If you've never been here for a live save stream before, we do get to watch these matches on key highlights. And the drama is real, it is palpable, and it is exciting. Seal, my friend, what's up? Live Sports is up. How should I feel about Burnley firing Sean Dyche? Bad. Stupid move. I want them to succeed and play games in Europe, but I almost feel like the ownership takeovers handicap the team. Yes, that man had 21 million pounds to spend over the last 5 years. That just feels like something that's not going to win in the Premier League. He'd done a great job, but I feel like if you're going to fire him at the end of the season. Give him a chance to save it first. But you will find that I often disagree with the decisions to fire managers. I think yeah, if Watford had done it, I'd be less surprised. I figured Burnley was just in it for the long haul, and that's the way that they wanted to play, and that's what they wanted to do. But Organa's still in. Yes, they won Group A. They balled out and won Group A. Where is Portugal? They're in, right? I know we did it on Wednesday. Portugal's in. I can't remember what their group situation is. Selling Chris Wood was stupid. I mean, I think they got a good amount of money. They just didn't exactly like roll it into anything. Pouring out for Sean Dyche. It's the end of an era. It is the end of an era. Who are you going to bring in after a relegation? Don't know why they didn't keep him. Yeah, Sean Dyche would have stayed too. He would have got them right back up, and everybody knows it too, even if they got relegated. Sean Dyche's going to be managing Man City next season. That's the thing, is I feel like they were made for each other, right? Like, can you imagine Sean Dyche going to coach a different team? Like, where is he going to go, right? I feel like they're just made for each other. I don't know what game is first, but it is in the group with Scotland and Croatia and Brazil and Japan. That's the first group that we're playing with today. Do 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 do. All right, it is match time, and our first match of the day is Brazil and Japan. Well, great moments are born out of great opportunity. The Brazilian national team held to a draw by Scotland. Then Scotland managed to beat Japan, while the Brazilian national team did manage a win over Croatia to put themselves into this position. Brazil would be shocked and awed if they lost this match today, but Japan's task is clear. They have to find a way to win, and they have to find a way to win by 2 goals against what many people consider to be the best, most talented team in the world. Brazil, the obvious clear favorite in this one for wagering purposes. If you are with us for the first time, you go to the top of the chat, you click on predict, and you stick your wager on either a Brazil win, since they are the favorite, or a Japan win or draw, since they are the underdog. Of course, Japan will be going for the win, but they're going to have to pick their moments to go forward. To bring us through the rest of the broadcast, we go to our partner in crime, Clive Livingsworth. The call. Here we are today, ladies and gentlemen, in business time. Japan, Brazil at the World Cup. Magisterial, fabulous, and brilliant. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. One team will be headed to the knockout stages, or in a very unique situation, neither of these teams will be headed to the knockout stages. But what both of these teams know is that they have to win today to return themselves to some sort of semblance of comfort. Brazil, with a draw, would be enough to go through, but very unlikely that they would be able to grab themselves a spot as the top-seeded team. They need a Croatia win against Scotland later today. That's the situation we're in now. Brazil's got 80% of the wager to start things out. Nearly 1 million channel points on the Brazilians to win, with a large wager of 250,000 from Vasherized. Well, 100,000 from somebody with a Japanese name, which I can't pronounce, and that is my own cultural infidelity, but they've thrown 100,000 bacon on Japan. That is inspiring. 260,000 the total wager on the Japanese to win or draw in this game. You've got to respect big upping your own team. Here we go. It's Brazil and Japan. in the World Cup for a spot in the knockout stages. The formations for Japan, they've gone with a 5-3-2. Appelkamp anchoring the middle. Minamino and Kamada leading the line. Brazil's 4-2-3-1's got Neymar, Coutinho, Vini Jr. and Gabi Jesus as the front four. And things have been settled down here in the opening 18 minutes. It's Fabinho that's brought it down for that team in the canary yellow that is so often superior to their opponents. Neymar, he slips the ball in. It's Vinicius Jr. and he scores for Brazil. A goal that could well take Brazil to the knockout stages. They couldn't track the run. They lost it on the back post. Moroya couldn't stay with Vinicius Jr. and he's not going to miss from there. Neymar cut it back to his right foot and had options. And he's just narrowly onside as Moroya tries to run with him. Vinicius Jr.'s having the season of his life. And it continues. And the Japanese are a far way away from the knockout stages now. They need 3 goals. You've got to start somewhere. They need to find a way to shoot, get pressure on the goal of Ederson. But they've only managed the one shot in the first half. In the one moment, really, for Brazil, that's all it's been. Here comes Japan. They've got to go for it. They've made their halftime adjustments. Appelkamp, Moroya. Some space here now for the Japanese. Hide. Endo. Oh, it's a glancing header for Minamino! And it's saved by Ederson. He was offside, but a chance that you need to take just in case. And we've got a ball in. Oh, there's a whistle. Oh, heavens, the official has got his hand to his ear now. And this might just dash the dreams of the Japanese. It was a service. It's been handled. There was a push from Maya Yoshida. He's gone through the back on that play, and he was adjudged to be too aggressive, and that's going to put Brazil on the spot to try and ice things away. Ref! 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 And it will be Neymar trying to lead his nation back to World Cup glory for the first time in 20 years. It's saved! Saved by Kawashima! Japan has life! Dodo on for Vinicius, and it's saved by Kawashima again. Wouldn't it be something now after that play to inspire the Japanese? Kawashima. Guessed right, strong hand. And this is where Japan's been able to create its chances previously. What's just reset here? Why have we... It's a weird angle. And this has been... Well, we apologize for the televised technical difficulties. The ball has been played by Kamada. We'll pick it up from where we left it. Oh, and it's coming back on now. It's towards Minamino, and Dodo has got it cleared away, but Hide able to settle for Japan. Moroya, this time towards Morioka. He's been taken down by Danilo. He's been taken down by Danilo. He thought he was getting to the ball, but Morioka's come flashing in front of him. And the indomitable Japanese have a penalty. Shibasaki will take Ederson in goal. Shibasaki. Japan's alive. He's chipped it down the middle. The Panenka for Gaku Shibasaki. Cheeky as you like on the biggest stage you can imagine. 2 goals away now for Japan. 1-1 with Brazil. 15 minutes to go now for the Japanese. They need something truly spectacular. Dodo. Brazil needs another goal to finish first in the group, and they need to save themselves from getting scored upon again, or else they are in danger. If they happen to lose this match, they could go out if Croatia scores a couple of goals, even if Croatia only wins by a single goal. Things have gotten tight. Rafinha. Dodo. Can only attack so much, Brazil, but Dodo's found space. He's found a ball. He's found Bobby Firmino! And a goal for Brazil for safety and sanity. It's lovely work from Dodo to find the space. The early ball to Bobby Firmino. And Brazil's back in the lead. It's nervous for Brazil, but it's also enough. 2-1, Brazil has beaten Japan, and the Japanese, with much pride, have gone out in the World Cup group stage. My, oh my. Brazil not looking fabulous. They've drawn Scotland. They've survived Japan. But really, 2 chances, and Dodo, the Shakhtar Donetsk man, played a sparkling pass to open that up. But now, with the moment of sadness here for the Japanese, their World Cup is done. Despite a really spirited effort, the penalty save. But the World Cup very much alive for Croatia and for Scotland. Croatia knows the task now that it has to perform. It has to win by multiple goals in this game. If Scotland wins by a single goal, it will be the top-seeded team out of this group because Brazil only won by a single goal. That's the goal difference situation. Croatia did have a situation where it could win by 1 goal, but that's been erased because Brazil was able to get the 3 points against the Japanese. But it's the Scots. They've drawn Brazil, they've beaten Japan, and now they play World Cup finalist Croatia for a spot in the round of 16. Only one of these 2 teams will be going. Scotland's got the odds on the winner a draw. They've got 68% of the wagers right now at 266,000. 134,000 is on Croatia and 50,000 from that guy Waldo. 60,000 from Stuart FM on the Scottish national team. The odds in Croatia, 2.5-1. They've now flipped to an even 2-1 for both teams. 92,000 from Wagwan. The space has gone to Croatia to tilt the odds. But it's the Scottish national team and the Croatian national team. Again, the situation. Croatia has to win by 2 goals. Anything else in Scotland's through. A win for Scotland of any kind puts them top of the group. And they go through as the seeded team into the round of 16 in their first World Cup of this millennia. Nearly 1 million channel points have been wagered between Scotland and Croatia, and the teams are about to come out of the tunnel. It's Scotland with a slight edge in the wagering as things stand at 54% of those wagers. One Iranian, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime, and welcome to the Hammers. Reese, thank you for the 7 months. Bowed Rillard's Big Kahuna, thank you so much for the 2 months. Ruben the Dutchie, thank you so much for the 8 months. Deezy Meister with the Prime, thank you. Enjoy the bacon, enjoy the emotes. Thank you for being a part of an elite online gaming community. Here we go. Teams out of the tunnel. Showtime in the World Cup group stages. Scotland, they're back. Croatia, they're trying to get back again. It's a 4-2-3-1 for Croatia, led by Petkovic. Modric, Brozovic next to each other. Scotland's gone 5 at the back, unsurprising, with a 5-3-2. Here comes Vlasic. Vlasic towards Petkovic. McKenna cleared away. It's McBurney, the hero against Brazil. Josko Gvardiol on towards Ivan Uzic. What a play by Patterson. But it's Ivan Uzic! He's stolen it and scored! Oh, Patterson, what's happened? He's had it poked away in front of his own goal. It was Liam Cooper. And Ivan Uzic says thank you very much. Picked him clean and finished with power. And it's a 1-goal tilt now. Croatia's got the early goal it needed. And the Croatian national team, with its experience and its skill, has been on this stage before. Josip Brekalo. That was ambitious. The nerves are high. The Scottish national team collectively experiencing its first World Cup stage. In their opening match, you thought might have settled the nerves. The result against Brazil. Cooper trying to atone for his sins. Patterson. Ollie McBurney. McTominay. And Gadjet. Into Brozovic. Petkovic. McKenna's there, and that's just swashbuckling defending from the Scots. Robertson and Tierney, that left side so mercurial and explosive. Jedvaj, though, has taken it from Andy Robertson. Tin Jedvaj, he's kept it going, and now it's Vlasic! Vlasic! On for Bracalo! The angle too tight for Petkovic! Blocked away! Pasalic! Brozovic! And he's shanked it in the end. Hearts and mouths in two countries. But it's half-time and it's 1-0. That's not enough for Croatia. They're one away on goal difference. Scotland did just enough to survive the late chance. But Nikola Vlasic found himself open. 45 minutes for the knockout stages for Scotland. Croatia, Modric, towards the back post. Oh my God, Vida! Just over the bar for Vida. Always a hero in these World Cup matches, Vida. Fardiol towards Petkovic. "30 minutes to go now. Croatia is leaving it late after the early goal from Ivanusic. Croatia's been the better side, but they haven't done enough. There's 20 minutes to go. Scotland's got to dig deep and dig in now. There's 20 minutes with stoppage time likely left in this match. And Scotland has survived the early mistake. McGregor, Andy Robertson, the captain, turns it over again. Tin Jedvaj's had him buttoned up. Cleared as far as Cadden. Croatia struggling to get the ball when they desperately need it. The pressure is on, though. They're flying forward, and that leaves space in behind here for McBurney. He's left it behind McGregor. Vlasic, it's a breakout now for Bracalo. Josip Bracalo for Croatia. It's still Josip Bracalo! He's been pulled down by Scott McTominay! Bracalo's gone down, and the ref has brought the game to a halt. And the penalty's been given. And the World Cup fate of Croatia and Scotland is likely in the hands of Bruno Petkovic. Scott McTominay got his hands on Bracalo, and Bracalo's gone down. Kelly's between the pipes for Scotland, and he can be the hero, the biggest one since William Wallace if he makes this save. Bruno Petkovic. With 12 minutes to go for Croatia, Petkovic scores the goal! And Croatia lead 2-0. It was perfect in the side netting. Scotland need a goal, and they know it. Kovacic, won by McTominay. And now Cooper, and now Campbell. And they've got to go now. He's toward Burke. But Dejan Lovren's there. Livakovic. Nodded around, settled by McTominay. Callum McGregor. Ollie McBurney and Burke. And he's gone back towards McBurney. But again, Croatia's there. Petkovic towards the corner. And again, it will be Scotland. But do they have the ability to create a goal? Andy Robertson, the likely candidate. And they've gone back for Robertson, the captain of Scotland. Currently 1 goal away from the knockout stages. McTominay. Burke. Oh, what a turn by Burke! And he's in! Oliver Burke has scored! And Scotland have pulled it out from the brink. What a turn by Burke! He's left him for dead, and he's eaten up Livakovic for pace. How in the world has it got through Dominic Livakovic, and Croatia now need a goal? What a tie! Up towards Cooper. McTominay, the most relieved man in the stadium, he conceded the penalty that would have sent Scotland out. Campbell, Cadden, McTominay. McTominay, there's space here for McGregor. And McGregor will use that space, and Livakovic saves well. Robertson, one more goal would seal it for Scotland. McBurney, too high. Croatia, one goal away now from the knockout stages. And they've played Vlasic, and he might be onside. Vlasic, around Kelly. Oh, it's blocked by Tierney. Kieran Tierney, the hero. Unbelievable. Vlasic can't believe he hasn't scored. And Scotland's 2 minutes away, but Croatia, desperate, they're throwing everything at it now. They need one goal and they're going. Kovacic, Bracalo to Vlasic. It's seen away by Tierney. The only man there is Tinjedvaj. Pasalic back towards Jedvaj to Vlasic. Vlasic from the end line. Kovacic, it's open for Brozovic, and he scores! Unbelievable! It's unbelievable! It's Croatia with a minute to go! That shattered Scotland! It's Brozovic! They're jumping in the sea in Croatia! It's unbelievable! Light the flares! Storm the streets! Croatia is going to the knockout stages again! Unless it's Scotland. They've got everyone up now. Scotland has to score. They've already done it once. They're going to do it again. McBurney! Oh my goodness! Ollie McBurney! And he'll have the rest of his life to think about that. How has he got that open? It's unbelievable. And Croatia has done it. They left it as late as possible. But it's Brozovic in the 93rd. Two mistakes by Scotland to concede the early goals. But Croatia unbelievably comes through it after the Burke goal. Well, that might just be the match of the tournament. Seb, where's McGann? He's on the team. He just wasn't in the game. Blame Steve Clark. You believe he should have been there. Sid, thank you for the 8 months. And Get This Man a Fez, thank you for the 7. Big Yes, thank you so much for the Prime. And Louis, thank you so much for the tier 1. Check DMs. Gotcha. No, we discussed it previously, Isle. It's okay. Kakinophobia, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Welcome to the Evers. Oh, baby. What a set of matches. Obviously, pour one out for Scotland. Unbelievable. Unbelievable for Croatia. The scenes for the Croats. They had to win by 2 goals. They did win by 2 goals, and they've gone through to the knockout stages and will play against England in the next round. Brazil. Wait, hold on. That's wrong. Brazil, you're either playing Belgium or Germany, so I guess it doesn't matter, but Croatia has gone through. Scotland, despite a draw against Brazil and a win against Japan, has gone out. So the next group. The next group, I believe, is the one that's already settled. So what we're doing is 1, watching Guinea, and 2, seeing who will be first, Belgium or Germany. Right now it is Belgium. That is based off of goals for, but it is enough. So let me go to group EF there, right? So on goals for, Belgium is in first, which means a draw will put Belgium through as the first place team. So who do you want to play? Croatia or Brazil? Obviously you want to play Croatia, so that's what they're playing for in that match. The other match, of course, is Guinea and Chile. Both these teams are already out, but Guinea's playing for its first point or 3 points at the World Cup. Chile lost to Germany and to Belgium 5-0, both matches. And so there is a lot of recovery pride on the line for Chile. The first match, though, obviously Chile is the favorite, even though they've really struggled at this World Cup because Guinea is Guinea. And they're at their first ever World Cup. Do 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 do. The prediction is up. Chile obviously the favorites, so the prediction is for them to win or Guinea to win or draw. Interesting note is that Guinea's actually played Belgium and Germany much tougher. Lost to each team by 2 goals, while Chile lost to each team by 5 goals. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Brock Reedy, thank you so much for the Prime. What's your favorite World Cup in history? Honestly, the U.S. for me personally, the U.S. 2014, the U.S. getting out of a group ahead of Portugal and ahead of Portugal and Ghana. That was probably my all-time favorite World Cup. That was crazy. All right, let's look at the predictions. How are they shaping up? Who thinks Guinea's going to win? Guinea's getting 45% to win or draw. I mean, Chile losing to Germany and Belgium 5-0 apiece is pretty serious. Largest wager, though, just 30,000 from Micah Pompey and 33,000 from that guy Waldo's gone on to Guinea. Chile to win does have 58%, and we are getting well over 600, 700,000 channel points being wagered. But a bit of a nervous wagering. No huge wagers. I don't think anybody quite knows what's going to happen, because how do you bet on a team to win when they've lost 2 games 5-0 at this World Cup? But then again, Guinea's only lost those matches 2-0, but we all know that Chile's got the better players than Guinea at most positions, right? It's just how they get lined up and how they play on the day. So let's get this over to Clive. Welcome to the third to last group of this World Cup, coming to a dramatic conclusion after our fabulous matches earlier today. It saw Croatia score a goal with a minute to go through over Scotland. Now it's Guinea and Chile. Neither of these teams can make it to the knockout stage today, but Guinea is going for its first point and its first win at a World Cup in their first World Cup appearance, while Chile has been thoroughly embarrassed. 5-0 by Belgium, 5-0 by Germany. They need a goal at this World Cup, and they desperately need a point and probably a win against the World Cup debutants to save face for their South American nation. Chile and Guinea. A matchup that has never been played out before. But it's been a promising start now for Guinea. 4-2-3-1. There's, of course, got Naby Keita out there, while Chile, they've got Brereton, Diaz, Vargas, Sanchez across that front 4. Eric Pulgar out as well. Sierralta, Gary Medel, the ageless wonder, settling things. Eric Pulgar, Brereton, Diaz on for Mora. It's defended by Konate. Camara. Driven ball from Camara. Easy to take for Vegas. Brereton, Diaz. Vargas. Sierralta. This is well built by Chile. Vegas. Sierralta on for Aranguiz. And Mora in the space now for Alexis Sanchez! What a strike for Alexis Sanchez! And Chile finally has its first goal at this World Cup. And it's Alexis Sanchez. He didn't mind taking another touch. That's clean. It's proficient from Chile. And this Guinean national team that has been so stout defensively gives one look to Alexis Sanchez and he takes it with confidence. Guinea has scored at their first World Cup. They got the goal, I believe, against Belgium, and it was 1-1 until the 90th minute against Belgium when Belgium scored 2 quick goals to see Guinea away. But Guinea would love to actually get themselves a point, and it's only 3 shots now for Chile. They're looking for a 4th on this corner. Headed away by Sabi Keita. Alexis Sanchez, what a ball for Aranguiz. Back for Britt and Diaz. Always going over Camara's goal. Guinea certainly proving itself a competent national team at the top level of the game, the way they played Belgium and Germany and now Chile. But Chile has had the moments of magic that Guinea's not been able to find in these first 75 minutes. Is there a late moment for a team that certainly brought one of the best kits to Qatar? Mora in behind. Mora! It just danced up on him. He got under the ball, trying to give it all power for the finish. A flash and a moment in front of the goal, but Guinea has just not been able to produce really much any pressure against Chile. And it will play out a tame 1-0 thanks to Alexis Sanchez. Chile will finish with 3 points at this World Cup. In what is likely his last World Cup, a send-off goal for the Chilean legend, led them to 2 Copa America titles, Alexis Sanchez. For Guinea, they did create 6 shots to Chile's 7 and outpossessed the Chilean national team, but it wasn't enough. There was simply no moments of real quality in front of the goal to give Guinea a chance to get a point at the World Cup. But they leave with their heads high with promising results against not only Belgium, but Chile as well. On to the match that draws the main attraction, the eyes in this group. The 2 teams on 6 points going into the final match day, Germany and Belgium. The Germans, they have scored 7 goals at this World Cup. They have not conceded, and yet somehow that is not good enough to mean a draw gives them top spot in the group, because Belgium has scored 8 goals and conceded 1. That is good enough for top of the group on goals for, which means if a draw occurs, Belgium will play Croatia in the next round and Germany will play Brazil in a titanic round of 16 matchup. If the Germans win, that will flip. Germany will finish top of the group and Belgium will have to take on Brazil in the round of 16. What will happen to the Belgian golden generation and a resurgent Germany at this World Cup? Well, that is to be decided in about 1 minute, as the wager is ongoing and Belgium getting the win or draw prediction, while Germany is getting the win prediction. And that means Belgium is drawing 70% of the wager at the moment. But now Belgium's gone to 64% of the wager. Germany's still getting 1 to 2.5 at the moment. 63,000 from Dakai Waldo on the Belgium win or draw, or Wagwan the Space has got 50,000 on Germany. It's now gone to an even split at 50%. Belgium really opened strong on the betting window here with the bacon. We're going to have over 1 million bacon wagered between Germany and Belgium. Germany now tilting to 55% on the wager for a win. In the 100,000 from Mr. Choke on the German national team to win this game. But here we go. Germany, Belgium for a spot at the top of the group and to not have to play Brazil. That's essentially what this tie is for. The Belgian golden generation against the Germans, who have returned in style after their ignominious exit in 2018. Kai Havertz, Leroy Sané, sharp movement here. Kimmich, Sané. Sané wanted to find a shot in that left. Now Muller, oh, you don't see that often from Thomas Muller. Thibaut Courtois was ready, but not many other of us were. Kimmich looking for Niklas Süle, the big load at the back post, but he can't get there and Havertz can't keep it in. But it's Germany that have turned on the early pressure. Werner. Gnabry's cut out by Alderweireld. Rudiger. Turned over to Lukaku, of all people. Denier. Torgan Hazard. He's run into his teammate. What's happened here? They've lost the ball. Thielmann's got in his way, and now it's Serge Gnabry to Timo Werner. Saved by Thibaut Courtois. That was uncomfortable. Kimmich towards Sula, and Courtois there again. Big save from the big man. As this time Niklas Sula got everything right. Kimmich to take again to the back post. And Timmy Castagna able to disrupt. The header's gone over. But Germany has looked promising in the first 20 minutes. They're back to their best, the Germans. But Belgium seems to have stabilized its position after an early German thrust. And 40 minutes gone, it is 0-0, and that's good enough for Belgium to finish top of a difficult group. Half-time, no goals between Germany and Belgium. The Belgians with that 5 at the back formation, Castagna and Meunier, the fullbacks. Struck, Alderweireld, Denier, the back line. They've done enough so far. Struck, Eden Hazard. Lukaku's been quiet today, but Meunier's broken into space. The right wing back, Meunier. Back for Lukaku. What a block! Oh, Kimmich's thrown himself in the way and kept it 0-0. Romelu, nearly for Belgium. 30 minutes left. The best Belgium has looked. Witsel, Meunier, Torgan Hazard. Meunier, good ball! Oh. Romelu Lukaku couldn't have asked for much more space. And he did everything he could to score that last chance. Joshua Kimmich just showed up where he was least expected there. Lukaku looked at Meunier for a second. Now will go himself and lay it off to Meunier eventually. Meunier! Oh, he's been brought down! He's been brought down!
Ref!
And this might be the chance for Belgium to ice their top position. The penalty's been given. That Meunier run has opened up Germany in this second half, and it is the big man, Romelu Lukaku. And he scores! Belgium leads. The most prolific forward in Belgian history has another. And this golden generation, with maybe its last chance, trying to make the most of it. Dendoncker. De Bruyne. It's going for Meunier, who continues to be a thorn in the side of the Germans. Torgan. Now Witsel. Dendoncker! And it was always covered by Manuel Neuer, who nearly saved the penalty from Lukaku. It had to be in the perfect corner, and it was to go in. And the time is running late now for the Germans. They've switched up their formation. They've thrown Karim Adeyemi on to try and get the offense going. But Belgium, despite those early struggles, has really silenced the German attack. Lovely passing. De Bruyne. Surely not. Oh, what a pass for the Rabona. Torgan pressuring Neuer, but he stays in front of his goal line. And he gets... Oh, he hits Musiala perfectly. How about this counter-attack? Adeyemi. Oh, surely he had to score against Thibaut Courtois. And the young German forward, hands to his head, he can't believe it. Courtois with big saves all match. And another big one to keep Germany away from putting that pressure on at the end. That was a lovely counter-attack, the sort of thing that Neuer's been doing a long time. The pass from Musiala was perfect. And Adeyemi where he wanted to be. Belgium trying to ice the cake here. Dendoncker. Oh, it was a really good idea. It's come up short. Well, Germany needs 2 goals in 30 seconds if it wants to finish top of the group. They might as well start somewhere. Kimmich. Oh, what a ball up front of Yemi! And it's just not his day. It's just not the young man's day. Because Joshua Kimmich couldn't have hit that ball any better. Shades of Luka Modric to drop that into him. And Belgium will finish top of the group. Germany will play Brazil in the round of 16. Thibaut Courtois looks a part of the goalkeeper of the tournament. Romelu Lukaku's penalty the difference. And Karim Adeyemi with two big chances late. But he can't take either of them. It'll be Belgium and Croatia in the round of 16. Germany and Brazil. Well, look at that. The Belgians might just have a chance. 111 people got that group right. Belgium, Germany, Chile, Guinea. Shout out to those 111 people. Well done. I don't think I did. So the incredible drama of Croatia, Scotland to send Croatia through by 1 goal on goal difference. Brazil hangs on against Japan to win 2-1. Chile gets 3 points in its first goal of the tournament. And Belgium goes through top of the group. That's it for day 3 of the end of the group stages. We have 2 more groups left to be decided, including the U.S., who've already been eliminated. But we could still do something. I got the group right. Just like I said. Like I said, I got the group right, and I always knew that was how they were going to finish. So, glad I could help. I'm afraid for the calendar, its days are numbered. Kirsten, we've heard that one before, but it's definitely a good one. Thank you for the 8 months. Battenberg, thank you for the 17 months in the prime. Harry Crespin, thank you so much for the 2 months in the prime. Welcome back. And Brock Reedy, spending $5 more. Jeff Bezos money, thanks for the prime. Stefan Haza, thank you for the tier 1. Problems, thanks for the 9 months. A Twitch baby, right on time. Louis, thank you for the tier 1. And Cockanophobia, thank you for the prime. Ice, thank you for the 5 months. Keep up the great work. You got it. All right. I do not know which group is going first. We'll take a look. So it's the U.S. Okay. This would be Group G. Argentina is already through. South Korea is playing. Who do we play? I think we play Poland. So it's kind of a swing vote here. Ubermelon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, my dude. Key, Yufe, Loker, Shippers, Edenton. Welcome to the Hammers. Enjoy the bacon, the emotes. Sandstorm, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you doing it with all Jeff Bezos money, too. So the matches today are South Korea and Argentina and Poland and the U.S. So what needs to happen for Poland, right, is these 2 teams drew. Poland and South Korea drew. So the head-to-head's not a factor, but goal difference and goals for have to be the same anyways. Poland needs South Korea to lose by a couple goals to Argentina and needs to beat the U.S. by a couple goals. Like, if they beat the U.S. by 3 goals and South Korea loses by 3, then that is even on goal difference. South Korea still goes through on goals for, so Poland just needs to put up a bucket of goals against the U.S. The U.S. trying to play spoiler, trying to win its first game of the tournament. I think what's more likely is Argentina beats South Korea 4 or 5-0, and then Poland just wins by enough to go through. But that is the great debate in this set of ties today. Does Poland have enough ammunition? Can Lewandowski get the job done and bring them into the round of 16? Or will it be South Korea buoyed by their big 4-0 win against the United States on goal difference? The Tigers fan, thank you for the 11 months. How does a glass of milk introduce itself in Spanish? Soy milk. Yo soy milk. It's a B+. I liked that one. That was good. First match, South Korea, Argentina. I think it's pretty obvious who the favorite is in this match. The Argentines qualified for the next round with 6 points. And what could be described as a pretty easy group for them. They play South Korea. Any point in this match at all for the South Koreans will send them through to the knockout stages and officially eliminate Poland. And the United States is already officially eliminated, so that doesn't really matter, does it? But South Korea has beaten the U.S. 4-0 and drawn against Poland, and so they have had a truly tremendous start to this World Cup. Wagwan, the space, has thrown down 250,000 on Argentina, but 55,000 from that guy Waldo on South Korea, trying to catch those 10-1 odds, you know. Well, that's where it's sitting right now. Argentina's got nearly $1 million bacon on it, 935,000 already. We already have $1 million bacon wagered here. Already have $1 million bacon wagered. We've got 43 people that have thrown a little bit on South Korea, 93 people that have thrown a little bit on Argentina. Just throwing a little bit, you know, just chucking a little bit in there. Just tossing a little bit on the fire. Argentina's getting 83% of the wager right now. South Korea coming in at 17%. And that's a South Korea winner draw. Of course, Leo Messi's last World Cup. At least the last World Cup where he has any semblance of the peak of his powers. But South Korea are giant killers, and they are in prime position to get to the round of 16. The boys from Seoul. The red and blue. We're going to send it over to Clive. See what happens. Well, it's Argentina and South Korea, the type of match you only get at the World Cup. The Asian champions 6 times over, South Korea, against an Argentinian side that has finally won the Copa America in recent times, has qualified fabulously top of South America, and has won its first 2 matches against the United States and Poland. Well, South Korea, with a win against the US 4-0 and the draw against Poland, finds itself in a driving seat to get into the knockout stages of the World Cup for the first time in a long time, led by their superstar Son Heung-min. Here we go. Argentina, South Korea, wagers in, wagers done. If South Korea gets a point, they are through. It's that simple. If they lose, it's by how much, and that is the mark that Poland is chasing against the United States. But a chance for another famous result for the often counted out but never in doubt South Koreans. And that's not going to help. Lee Yo-hyun has simply lost his head. And that could make things very interesting indeed. Lee Yo-hyun has just absolutely gone for something there, and he's completely lost it. It's no doubt a red card inside 15 minutes in a decisive match. Simply inexplicable from Lee Yo-hyun. But Argentina have failed really to take advantage. A credit to the South Korean defense in general, but it is a free kick, and there is a man on that team for Argentina that's quite good at those. Messi, Leo Messi! The magician does it again! They've done nothing in this match, but they have that man. It had the pace. He's gone right round the wall. Sublime from Lionel Messi. And Argentina lead 1-0 against 10-man South Korea. The South Korean side, they knew what they had to do, not lose by much. And that's what they're doing, even down a man. They've come out intent to play hard. Lee Hyo-jun played a little too hard. South Korea in general have shown very competent at limiting what Argentina's trying to do. Song. Service towards Hwang Hee-chan. Settled by Park Seong-ho. Oh my goodness! Hwang Hee-chan is in! He's hit the post! Better chance than South Korea could have dreamed of. Park Seong-ho looking for the big man, Kim Min-jae. And now Son Heung-min. It's just overhit the ball, and that will fizz out for the boys in red. But South Korea and Hwang Hee-chan with a very good chance to equalize, and it was inches away for Hwang Hee-chan. And it has to be said, South Korea's really outdone itself down a man against Argentina today. They have not really conceded a massive scoring chance in this game. Messi's free kick, the only difference for Argentina. And that is bad news for Poland. It's really bad news for Poland. Ibala. Martinez. He's got it back. Lautaro had the defense closing in, couldn't keep it down. The window was closing on Lautaro Martinez, and he just rushed himself. But South Korea, you have a feeling here today that they've done the job they came to do. Despite the red card, they've shut down Argentina and are likely through to the next round. Poland would have to win by a tremendous 6 goals against the United States after that result. Then South Korea with a full 11 men might be a pretty difficult out in the round of 16, should they get there. Argentina's claimed 9 points in a group win thanks to Lionel Messi's free kick. And that brings us to the second match of this group. The future host nation, the United States of America, against Poland, the only team that could make it out of this group stage at this point in this match is Poland, and they need to win by 6 goals. They'll know that now, and that is a very difficult situation to be in, to have to win by 6 goals. The United States suffered a brutal 4-0 defeat to South Korea to open World Cup proceedings, followed it up with a 2-1 defeat to Argentina. It was a spirited effort. Weston McKennie scored the goal. Poland drawing 0-0 with South Korea has also suffered a defeat to Argentina. It was a 2-goal defeat, 2-0. It means Poland needs 6 goals, even though it has not scored at this World Cup. But if there is a man on the planet that can do that, it might just be Robert Lewandowski. We look at the wages now. 117,000 from Megs, he's gone to Poland, while 51,000 from Wagwan the Space on a US win or draw today. 500,000 bacon already wagered on Poland. We got 250,000 bacon on the US win or draw in this situation. The US getting nearly 3-1 odds after their poor performance against South Korea. The United States for pride, for momentum, and you just want to leave the World Cup having won a match. Absolutely. And one of these teams is going to leave without having done that. Perhaps both of these teams are going to leave without having done that. We'll know fairly early on if Poland's going to have the firepower to actually get itself to the knockout stages, but South Korea's got to be very happy with a 1-0 loss to Argentina going into this. It is time. The teams are ready. They're on the field. Poland, the betting favourite on the line. The United States looking for its first point. And Robert Lewandowski, supported by Zielinski, Szymanski, and Buksa up front for Poland, while it's Zardis, Sebaciu, and Reina. I quit. I'm done. That's enough. Professional, so I'll come back and I'm going to broadcast the game, but why is it P-Folk and Sardis? Cameron Carter-Vickers to start it. Michael Bradley, who's returned from the dead, settling things. John Brooks. Weston McKennie. Toljan. United States trying to build forward. It's Jussi Zardis towards P-Folk! And of course, it's Zardis to P-Folk, and the United States have the lead. Jussi Zardis at his first World Cup. Slippery ball for Jordan P-Folk, who scores and punches at young boys in Switzerland. Well, he's got one on the world's biggest stage now, in the US has dented Polish ambition. Free kick now for the United States, up to P-Folk again, but he looked off. And the celebration immediately muted as Jordan P-Folk trying to have the game of his life against Poland. Oh, goodness me, my head's in the way. as you were. Here is Szymanski, and Szymanski's bursting forward for Poland. They need a bunch of goals, and they're not going to get one like that. Right into the chest of Zach Stefan. And Poland came in needing 6. They found -1. The United States leads at halftime 1-0. Jordan Pifok, the goal scorer. The start of the second half now. Bradley, Reyna, Pifok, Zardis. Lewandowski's been quiet at 3 centre-back position now for the United States. Has been good, and Oselinski's baited Pulisic into a challenge. Piotr Zielinski dancing away from Christian Pulisic, using that unorthodox wing-back role. He's received a yellow for his trouble, and Poland's received a penalty, and it's Lewandowski scoring for Poland! Six to go for Poland. (1-1) United States. And the Polish national team in what might just be Lewandowski's last World Cup. You never know these days. There's a long service knocked down to Josi Zardis. Toljan. Bradley settles to Brooks. Toljan. Feeling it out on this left side of the pitch. Brooks into the middle for Zardis. Zardis wide for Toljan, now in space. To the end line, to Pifok! And it's Jordan Pifok with the game of his life. He has proven the centre forward the United States needed all this time. Jordan Pifok. And despite the Polish penalty, it has been the United States day against Poland. And even though the US cannot go through to the knockout stages, it has rebounded remarkably from a 4-0 defeat to South Korea. Lewandowski, Murder, Cameron Carter-Vickers there, and Yunus Musa. Toljan, oh, it's poor. Krakowiak, Berezhinski, Krakowiak, there's space now, Rebis. Moda. Poland moving it around. Berezhinski floated towards Zielinski. Taken down by Miazga. Pifok's lost it to Rebis. Lewandowski! Oh, you just can't do it! Oh, you simply cannot be that good! Robert Lewandowski was bound to show up eventually. It was inevitable. And he struck a frozen rope into the top corner. What a goal! And now Poland need to score a bunch. But they've brought it back level with the United States for the second time. Service simply too long. Stefan. And what a fight for that ball, but it falls for Murder. Looking for Lewandowski, but Cameron Carter-Vickers is there. Toljan, Jordan Pifok's going to try to unleash for Lauren Balogun, and Balogun got there! Oh, what a goal! For Lauren Balogun! Out of this world with the short hop volley! Absolutely genius! He's won the foot race and just lashed it and caught the keeper out of position. It's opportunistic and it is brilliant for Lauren Balogun, and it's 3-2 to the United States. Pifok down for Balogun again. He's feeling himself now, but Glick times the challenge well. Rebus. Charging ahead, Rebus. Chilinski. It's good ball, Buxa, but Anthony Robinson able to greet him. Jan Bednarek goes for it all. Finds the hands of Stefan. Couple of headers going nowhere. Miazga wearing the captain's armband. That's a crime against, well, the entire sport. Reyna. Up the middle now. Gio Reyna still going. Gio Reyna! Full of ideas, but the finish was not there. Zielinski. Oh, he's found Buxa! What a ball! Buxa back for Lewandowski. Weston McKennie seized it, and Miazga uses his head in place of a wall. Rebus towards Buxa. John Brooks deals with it. 3 points on the line in the group stages. Rebus, Moder, Lewandowski! 90th minute for Poland, and a hat-trick for Robert Lewandowski. And there's just nothing to separate these two teams. Moder slips free, and it was elementary from there. Moder to Lewandowski to the back of the net. 2 goals for Pifok, 3 for Lewandowski, and now nearly 4. Robert trying to win it for Poland. And a match that had very little on the line that's become one of the matches of the round. Bednarek. Guarded by Brooks, floated towards Buxa, and it falls for Buxa! And he wins it for Poland! Adam Buxa! What has happened to the American defense? Adam Buxa and Poland do not care. It glances off Toljan. Buxa gets in the way, and that volley was as sweet as a high sea. And Poland comes from behind thrice to win. And the United States crashes out of the World Cup with 0 points. Maybe it had something to do with Pulisic at wingback. Sack Greg, thank you very much. So the final group, Portugal, Serbia, Colombia, Iran. There will be a lot of drama. Colombia and Iran are playing each other. Whoever wins that match is likely through. Unless Serbia beats Portugal, they could clinch their spot through. So there will be plenty of crazy stuff going on there. And the last group of this World Cup, up the U.S. You know, if that's what it takes to get Berhalter fired, I'll take that as silver lining, you know. I'll take that as silver lining. What a goal that was by Buxa, by the way. He absolutely flattened that ball. He caught that so sweet. So Colombia's 16th in the world. Iran's 40th. Colombia's the favorite. Portugal's 6th. Serbia's probably 20th. Yeah, 23rd. So Portugal will be the wagering favorite when we go into this final round of matches of the group stage. 2 more teams will be in the knockout stages of this World Cup. And first we have Iran and Colombia, which is good. This preserves the drama. We will know which team has a chance to go through after this point. Iran and Colombia. What's the scenario? If you win this game, you end up on 4 points. Here, I'll see if I can go grab the group for you. So if you win this game, you end up on 4 points. That means unless Serbia beats Portugal, you are through to the knockout stages. If it is a draw, then Colombia does have a chance to go through, depending on how much Serbia loses by and how many goals are scored in the loss and how many goals are scored in the draw, right? Because if Colombia draws at 2-2, it has 3 goals for and a -1. And then Serbia loses 1-0, it has 1 goal for and a -1. So then Colombia goes through with just 2 points to the knockout stages. That is possible. Iran has to win. There is no scenario where Iran goes to the knockout stages without a win. Iran lost to Portugal 2-0. Colombia and Serbia drew. Then Portugal beat Colombia 2-1. And Iran drew Serbia 1-1. So that's just how things go. Portugal did manage to get the 2 wins, though, so that's obviously what has put them in the automatic qualifying position. Bulky Bob Sapp, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Remote, thank you so much for the Prime. Bulky Bob Sapp, making 10 people's days. Gary, how do we feel? Huge wagers on Colombia. 1.7 million on Colombia with just 186,000 on Iran. 250,000 wager from Wagwan the Space on Colombia. Shin's got 44,000 on Iran. That's the biggest wager over there. 10 seconds left on the wager. Colombia, huge betting favorites. Let's see what happens. Over to Clive. Well, the final group of this World Cup to be decided is going to be decided rather dramatically. First, we have Colombia and Iran, where both teams with a win are likely through to the next round. But if they draw, Colombia still has a chance as well. It all gets rather convoluted and complicated. Colombia, a team that would expect itself to get to the round of 16 against perpetual participants Iran, one of the best teams in Asia. Barrios. Colombia going for this early, but they've not found it. Agay. Abezadeh. And that is just anywhere will do for Abezadeh. Mateus. Luis Diaz. It's quite the challenge. And Sada Azmoun has slowed it down. Nuralahi. Jahanbash. Rezayan. Jahanbash. Said. Kanani. Oh, he's turned it over. Barrios is there. Barrios for Duvan Zapata. He looked well offside, and he was. Abedzadeh made the save anyways. This Iranian team has been so close to breaking through to those knockout stages in previous World Cups. And because they haven't quite yet, they are perpetually underrated. They don't play in a lot of Europe's major leagues. Oh, what about that? For a free kick from James. He's still got it. Struck the crossbar and it was knocked out for a corner. James. It's a lovely ball. Nuralahi sees it away. Luis Diaz. What a challenge by Said. And he's launched the counter-attack to Jahanbash. But it's snuffed out by Mojica. Back and forth we seem to go. Sound, composed play from Iran. But Colombia showing that flash of quality we know they have. Jahanbash, taken by Mojica. One back by Rezayan. Jahanbash on for Mehdi. Mehdi. Goros. Said. Once Jahanbash, instead it's headed down for the dangerous Luis Diaz. Luis Diaz, he's drawing a crowd from Iran, and they do slow him down, but on to Duvan Zapata! And he scored! Duvan! For Colombia! And this time he's on! The timing on this had to be right. It was. Mojica found him. What a first touch by Duvan Zapata. And he side-footed it into the back of the net. There's nothing that could be done by Abedzadeh. It's perfect. It is perfect for Duvan Zapata. Oh, Sinistera. What a touch. Duvan! What a goal! Beautiful. Beautiful from Sinistera to Duvan Zapata. And he's all by his lonesome at the back post at the end, and Iran left asking questions after their big draw with Serbia to put them in position. Iran's been blown away by Duvan Zapata. And the 2-0 feels very comfortable right now. Godos. Iran would love a goal before the half to bring them back into this competition. Azmoun has got Nuralahi! and it's wide, always going wide and covered by Ospina if it wasn't. That's the best look, though, Iran's managed to muster. They've not broken through Colombia all that often. And it's Duvan Zapata who has spoiled the Iranian party. And Colombia, despite questions around their national team, are still very much a competitor. Abedzadeh squeezes Yerry Mina's corner. And Abedzadeh up off Sadar Azmoun, Jahanbash. Or Iran, Jahanbash towards Sadar Azmoun, and he powers it through! David Ospina to bring Iran back! Hold on just a moment. Sadar Azmoun, the Iranian Messi as he was known in his younger years. Well, he's still got it. A big goal and a big occasion. Iran needs 2 more to save itself. They've let it slip a little early. Barrios has cut out and kept by Iran. Azmoun. Godos. Mehdi Taremi on for Jahanbash. My goodness, he's in! Oh, saved by Ospina! What a big save for Colombia and for Serbia. Another goal there, and Serbia's looking much more comfortable. Godos. Duvan Zapata back to defend it. The man with 2 goals doing the defensive duty as Iran's broken open this game just a bit, and they've got a free kick as well. Jahanbash left to rue that mischance. It's Godos. Godos. Godos! Oh, he's hit the corner. He's struck the corner. What a second half from Iran with their backs against the wall. But you know Colombia is coming. Vergara. Juan Cuadrado is playing that wing-back position. James. Mateus, the alone player. Luis Diaz, saved by Abedzadeh. It's a tough angle. Had to let the ball run into his foot, Luis Diaz. James. Towards Mateus. Away towards Vergara. It's done lovely to get this ball going towards the goal. Yerry Mina. It's way up the field here, Mina. And he's made a meal of it. It's cleared away comfortably by Iran. Iran needs 2 goals, and you can't say they haven't had a look or 2 at them since they scored their first. Vergara. Barrios. Cuadrado. Still got the pace. And towards Duvan. Iran doing a spell of defending here as Colombia have got their swagger back, and it's Luis Diaz. Oh, surely he's got to score that one. He expected pressure to come from his right side when James slipped him in, but he was all alone, Luis Diaz. And it's really shocking a player of his qualities not come away with a goal in that situation, but Colombia has restored order to this match. Alzate. Barrios. Mojica. Luis Muriel. And it's Mojica. He's got 1 assist already. Muriel in space. That's dangerous. Drifting wide for Duvan. Iran still needs 2 goals to get itself back up there. And they've had 1 really good chance that they couldn't take. But here we go. Golizadeh. Golizadeh. Oh, he tried to leave it for Sadar Azmoun, who's been done for pace. And it was just an ill-advised layoff from Golizadeh. He was in the space there. Parolaganji for the substitute Golizadeh. Sadar Azmoun. Parolaganji, Golizadeh spins away. This time the pass is right. It's Jahanbash. It's Golizadeh. It's blocked. What a play by Cuadrado. Oh, my word, to keep it from leveling. Juan Cuadrado throws himself in front of the ball. Another goal, even though it doesn't put Iran through, really hurts Colombia. Golizadeh has put it wide. But the Iranians have threatened in this second half in a major way. And they're not done. Haisafi, what a ball! And it's in front blocked by Cuadrado again! He meets Jahanbash at the ball. And Iran can't believe they haven't scored. Azmoun. Haj Safi has got Nurulahi. Nurulahi's gone for it. And Colombia has done enough. They have done enough to win. And it was anything but comfortable. But Colombia 2, Iran 1. And that means Serbia has to win against Portugal to go through to the next round and eliminate Colombia. That's the situation we find ourselves in today between Serbia and Portugal. Portugal can divest itself. It will finish top of this group. We already knew that going into the final match day, because every match that wasn't involving Portugal was a draw between Serbia and Iran and Colombia. And now that Colombia has won, the pressure is on Serbia. They must win. They will finish with 5 points and they will go through in second position. Portugal can rotate its team today, and that is something that perhaps might offer Serbia an opportunity, a chance. We will see. As we know, Colombia will be hoping Portugal fields its best possible team, and we also know that is likely not the case, for the Portuguese having clinched a first-place position, and it is certainly not Diogo Jota, Guedes, and Bernardo Silva, Nunes, Paulinho, Fernandes, Rindel, Correa, Ruben Diaz, Inacio, Nuno Mendes, and Patricio. It is mostly a watered-down Portuguese squad. Serbia needs 3 points to go to the knockout stages. Here we go. Oh, we can't go, actually. Hold that thought. The prediction's still going. Very unprofessional of me. Well, here you go. Now it's closed. All right, there we go. Portugal and Serbia. Serbia has to win. Bruno Fernandes. Does he go for goal from here? He does! Oh! He's the star power, perhaps, for Portugal in this game. Serbia, they have to find a goal. Eyes to Milinkovic, Savic, to Vlahovic. It's players that can make a decisive difference. They have gone with that 5-2-3 formation, and it has been a limited contest so far. Ruben Diaz, Paulinho, Gonzalo Inacio. Nuno Mendes. Fernandes. Mateus Nunes. Running ball. It will be tracked by Kostic. Ilic. Juricic. Kostic. That's a run and a half from Kostic. Oh, but Thierry Rendell Correa stolen it back. And boy, does he have the pace to make that run. Fernandes has made the run. Bruno hit the post. And Serbia survives for the moment. Bruno Fernandes in on goal. Tried to wrap it round the keeper, and he struck the post as straight as you can. At this final group, the final match of the group stages that we have for you today, Serbia-Portugal, is going to come down to the final 30 minutes, and Serbia's kept itself in it. They need a goal to knock out Colombia. Ilic. Ruben Diaz there. Bernardo Silva. It's also, you've won the ball off Kostic. Patricio, Inacio, Paulinho. Lovely stuff. Ruben Diaz. Oh, he missed everyone, though. Milinkovic. Juricic. Mitrovic. Kostic. This time able to blow by Silva. Tough one for Ruben Diaz. He's up to the challenge. And they will pass out through this Serbian press if it's the last thing they ever do. But eventually, forced to go long. Pjanic. Bernardo Silva. Gonzalo Guedes. And it's saved by Dimitrovic. Whew. A second big moment for Portugal. This one, Gonzalo Guedes. And Dimitrovic is up to the challenge with a reflex save over the top of his head. And Serbia still need a goal, but they've kept Portugal out for 70 minutes. This rotated Portuguese team having clinched first position in the group. Serbia has held on and held on, but they've got to start to go for this. And they've conceded a dangerous free kick. It's Ruben Neves. Ruben Neves! And it's explosive celebrations in Bogota as Ruben Neves has scored a class goal to knock Serbia out of this World Cup. Bernardo Silva towards the back post, and Rafael Leao nearly did a second for Portugal. Serbia's just not been able to create against this back line of Portugal all day. They've got to throw everyone into it. Kostic is bouncing around. Ilic, Sergej Milinkovic-Savic. Ilic wanted the Ristic, but instead he's left space for Gonzalo Guedes to run. And Guedes is looking to unleash Diogo Jota. Diogo Jota's behind, and he just scuffed it. He kicked the ground before the ball. And it's rolled right to Dimitrovic, who's got to go quickly. Portugal crushing Serbian dreams here with a late goal from Ruben Neves. Gacinovic. His service left a lot wanting. Guedes. It's a great ball for Diogo Jota, and he's in no hurry out of this corner. Tries to leave it to the middle, but he's left it to Serbia in Kostic. The faintest of hopes alive for Serbia. They need 2 goals. Ristic. Kostic. He's gone in for Sergej Milinkovic-Savic, who's fouled. No question about it. Paulinho was late. Ref. And Serbia have a penalty that is very important to the betters. If not for their World Cup chances with so little time remaining. Milinkovic-Savic wins the penalty, and it will be, we'll see, it might be just Ristic. He's going to pick the ball up here. It is Ristic from the penalty spot. Serbia will have 30-odd seconds after this, if they score, to try and grab a miraculous second to eliminate Colombia. Ristic from the spots, and he scores! Mihailo Ristic of Montpellier scores the Serbian goal. 30 seconds past time. And they've got to go get hold of the ball and try and create something, but the whistle's blown almost immediately, and it is over. Portugal 1, Serbia 1. And apparently the dreams of a dab have been ruined by that last-second penalty, and this is why wagering can sometimes be painful. It is Colombia through on 4 points. Serbia will finish with 3. Portugal with 7, top of the group. And Iran with a hard-fought 1. And just like that, the group stage be over, my homies. Would have been something if they found another goal in the last 30 seconds, but I'm not surprised it didn't happen. Great couple of matches to finish it off, and we have the official knockout set up. Here we go. Ghana, Nigeria in the round of 16. England and Spain, what a tie. Croatia and Belgium. Colombia and Argentina. Woo! Italy and the Netherlands. Woo! Mexico and France. Woo! Germany and Brazil. And South Korea and Portugal. Some great matches in here. Colombia, Argentina, Italy, Netherlands, Germany, Brazil, England, Spain, Ghana, Nigeria, the 2 African nations playing each other. Asia gets a team in with South Korea. CONCACAF, the team in Mexico. Means, 5 continents represented in the knockouts, which you always love to see. Denmark failed to qualify, actually, Jogan. That's, we don't know what happened there. They failed to qualify. All right, we need to set up our viewing party thing. But while we do that, I am sure that the form for knockout picks is currently being created. Yeah, it's currently being created. So the Zealand Shannon coach will be attending those 4 matches. Looks like first match is Ghana, Nigeria, and then Italy, Netherlands. Okay, let's go. Ayal Modman will be spectating the other matches. Italy, Netherlands, Mexico, France, Germany, Brazil, South Korea, Portugal. So England, Spain's the start of the second day. Croatia, Belgium, start of the third day. Colombia, Argentina, start of the fourth day. Okay. Form is up in the Discord. All right. So you come into the Discord, as a lot of you have done. You join the Discord, and then you go down to Live Sports Save Predictions, and you click this form. That is for the knockout stages, but of course I loaded that to the wrong thing. I know. Okay. So we have send and copy my Discord name right quick. Let's make some knockout predictions. Ghana or Nigeria? Remember, when you fill out your form, to take a picture of it. Take a picture of it. Because once you submit it, it will disappear and go into the basement of Ayal's house for him to store and then reference with fun facts. So Ghana, Nigeria, we take a look at these first 2 groups here. You had Ghana finish top of the group with the Netherlands. They looked tremendous. They beat the Dutch in the last match. And then Nigeria just finished behind Italy, but they did manage to, they beat Haiti, drew Uruguay, they drew the Italians. Very good showing from Nigeria as well, obviously. Ay, ay, ay. Does Gadget live in Ayal's basement? No, he lives in my basement. Very big difference. Gadget lives in my basement. I'm actually going to go Ghana here. I might live to regret that, but Ghana just beat the Netherlands. I mean, I'm going to give a lot of credit to that, to what the Guinean national team's been able to do. I'm going to go ahead and give them the win. I think Ghana gets back to the quarterfinals of the World Cup. All right, England and Spain. Take a look at the groups they're coming from. England got all 9 points, 10 goals, none conceded against Mexico, Senegal, and Australia, where Spain drew France, but beat Ivory Coast and Jamaica. So, kind of par for the course. Really difficult group for Spain. They've already played against a world-class team at this tournament, which I don't think England has, obviously. 87 people got Group H right. Nice. No, it's not the real World Cup groups. We simulated qualifying, and then we're simulating the tournament as part of the live sports. We have a save file where we watch all the major sports competitions, like all the major, like we just watched AFCON, continental competitions is the phrase I was looking for. And of course we get to the World Cup. Then after the World Cup, we'll watch the Asian Cup. It's fun. But it also simulates the qualifying. We will do a separate one. We're going to make a whole video once the playoffs happen in June about, the World Cup, once we have all of the teams in the World Cup. Done. Took screenshots. Already forgot. Check. Nice. So, I did Ghana. I'm going to go England because they're unkillable on FM, Croatia and Belgium. As much as I would love to think that Belgium's going to bottle this and pick Croatia, I'm going to pick Belgium. Croatia finished second to Brazil, scored a last-second goal against Scotland to flip the goal difference and put themselves in the knockouts. Heartbreak for Scotland. Belgium was tremendous. They beat Germany, they beat Chile, they beat Guinea, even though they needed a 90th minute goal to beat Guinea. You know, whatever. Colombia got through on the last day by beating Iran, and then Argentina, who looked not great, honestly. I kind of like the way Colombia looked. I'm going to go against the whole Lionel Messi thing. Wait. Very important. Portugal, it is possible. It is possible to have Messi versus Ronaldo in the final. It is possible. Portugal and Argentina are on opposite sides of the bracket, thank goodness. That is also possible in real life, for the record. Italy, Netherlands. Italy looked good, but they drew against Nigeria. Netherlands did not look good. Right? They drew Austria. They lost to Ghana. Their only win was 2-1 against Qatar to get themselves through. If I wasn't Belgium, I would have taken them to if I wasn't Belgian, I'd take them to lose immediately. Well, these aren't easy. I'm going to go Italy, though. I think they were better than the Netherlands from everything that we've seen. Mexico and France. No reason to believe France is going to trip up there. Germany and Brazil. I'm on Brazil. Revenge tour, baby. South Korea and Portugal. I am certainly not winning the prediction pool right now, so I'm going to go South Korea. I thought they looked really competitive against Argentina. And so if South Korea wins, I'm going to look like a freaking genius. All right, give me that screenshot. Give me that little snip. Those are my teams right there. Saving my pictures. All right, next. So I have Ghana or England. I'm going England to the semifinal. Belgium or Colombia. I'm going Belgium. It's getting easier almost. Italy and France. Oh, shucks. I'm going to go France. In the quarterfinal 4, I'm going to go Brazil. I mean, I have them playing South Korea, so I've got Brazil going to the semifinal. Then we have Brazil, France, Belgium, England. Beautiful. Exactly what, that's a great matchup. All right, next. Semifinals. It's England or Belgium. Why do you keep betting against Portugal? I honestly think Portugal is really good. I just think they looked a little shaky in that match against Serbia. And South Korea with 11 players probably draws Argentina. Battle of the Bottlers, true. Belgium and England. Who's bottling this one? Shawnee boy, thank you for the tier 1. England. I think England's going to make it to the final. And it's Brazil or France. I actually think Brazil's going to win. I think Brazil's going to win. I'll take Brazil all the way. I can't pick the team that won 4 years ago. Yep. Yep, that's my pick. That is officially my pick. I'm submitting. Get your predictions in on the Discord immediately. Get your predictions in on the Discord immediately. Immediately! You can, yes. Anybody can do the predictions. You just have to go on. It's for you to be crowned the pick champion on the Discord. You join the Discord and also just, to be that person that says, I got it right. You go on the Discord, you go down to live sports predictions, you open the form, and then you just fill it out. I would recommend filling it out pretty quickly, by the way. I had the same last four, but a lot of it was completely different. Fair enough. All right, we'll get simulated up to, we'll do a save. We'll get simulated up to the first match so that we're ready to rock and roll. Because the round of 16 is beckoning at the World Cup, and I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss it, man. Just Lego my ego. Come on. Feed all your data. Do do do. Do 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 do. All right. First match is probably one of the most entertaining matches in the knockout stages. It is Ghana and Nigeria. The African Brawl. The two African nations that made the knockouts. Do we know he has the best prediction record so far? IL, do we have that point totaled up yet? I know we don't have the whole table yet, like where everybody was. All right, we should be in. There we go. They're a lurker that only missed on 6 teams. Holy smokes. Are you serious? All right, if you're doing your predictions on the Discord, you can do that on your phone as well, of course. You have to move pretty quickly because when that prediction is done, at the top of the chat, we will be going into our first live match of the knockouts. It is a unique tie, an intracontinental tie between Ghana and Nigeria. The two African teams remaining and one will be in the quarterfinals, tying the record for the farthest an African nation has ever advanced at the World Cup. Ghana won Group A ahead of the Netherlands, Austria, and Qatar. Nigeria finished second in Group B ahead of Uruguay and Haiti, and behind Italy. A few people got 24 and 25, but somebody only missed on 6 teams in the entire group stage prediction. That is cool. You said it was the Swedish orangutan? I know the Swedish orangutan. Been around. All right, the prediction up, and of course, there's no favorite anymore, which I almost said that there was because some team has to win, Ghana or Nigeria. 94 bets on Nigeria, but the bigger money is on Ghana. They've got 66 wagers, but more money, including 250,000 from Wagwan the Space onto Ghana. 75,000 from Nerg on Nigeria. 25 seconds left in the wager, but over 1 million bacon's been thrown down yet again. Can you recap Group H 1 through 4? Yeah, of course. Group H was Portugal, Colombia, Serbia, Iran. Pretty straightforward, I think. It was an unorthodox way of getting there, but pretty straightforward in the end. Oh, somebody else threw down 250K as well? Holy smokes, Willie for water polo. Somebody is doubling their 250K in this wager. Willie for water polo's thrown 250K at Nigeria. Okay. We send it over to Clive. We have 16 teams left that could win the World Cup. One of them will be eliminated tonight. And one of them is going to be Ghana or Nigeria, at least, still alive for the quarterfinals. The Black Stars of Ghana back at the World Cup. Nigeria, Africa's most consistent World Cup participant in every World Cup since 2006, which is just about the limit of my memory for World Cup qualification. Anyhow, the wager is done. The teams are on the field. It's an all-Africa clash in the round of 16 at the last 32-team World Cup. We've made it out of the group stages of 4 teams for the last time and into the round of 16. Nigeria with a 4-3-3, starting Osimhen, Iwobi, Iheanacho, Onyeka, Onoma, Ndidi, Sanusi, Adarabio, Omaruo, Aina, and Okoye in goal. For Ghana, it's the front three of Ayew, Ekuban, and Mohamed Kudus. Then Duncan, Baba, and Thomas Partey, Rahman, Mohamed Salisu, Aidu, Kwateng, and Ziggy in goal. Already job done, you'd think, for both these nations to get to this point, but when they've seen they've drawn each other, they can start to dream even further. Mohamed Kudus, it's a fortunate bounce for him. Settles up with Duncan. Baba. Ghana going from missing that World Cup 4 years ago, finishing last in their group 8 years ago, to now Ekuban up for Ayew! He's on! I think Jordan Ayew is onside! And he's taken it down spectacularly. Jordan Ayew over his shoulder for Ghana. Ekuban just floats it up. He gives his man a chance, and Ayew finds it and steers it by Okoye. And it is Ghana in that classic white shirt that have the lead. And perhaps the favourite, having won their group with a win over the Dutch. But what a free kick position this is for Nigeria. Oh my heavens, Onoma. A deep breath, here he goes, it's blocked. Off the wall, still alive! Iheanacho scores! Kelechi Iheanacho! They didn't give up on the play, and Nigeria's got it back, and what a start we've made. Omaruo into the mixer, and Iheanacho above the fray. And it's 1-1. Defense be damned between Ghana and Nigeria. And now it's Ghana that's got the dangerous free kick, and it looks as though Duncan will take it. Duncan with his left! Oh, spectacular! A look of calm assurance as Duncan strokes it home. Wow! Right around the wall, which might have been positioned a bit too inside. Duncan just ripped it. That looked like a stroll in the park. Now the corner. Onyeka away. Omaruo, Nigeria down for a second time, but Osimhen on the counter. Ghana with the lead thanks to the Duncan free kick in the knockouts of the World Cup. Osimhen, Iheanacho. Oh my goodness, Salisu's fumbled into him. Salisu was backpedaling, and Iheanacho's been knocked out of the way. Ref. He didn't know Iheanacho was there. He's knocked him off his line, and it's a penalty for Iheanacho in the 45th minute. Kelechi against Ziggy. He shoots. Oh, he got it in under the fingertips of Ziggy. 2-2. And what a treat of a first half. Ziggy very nearly made a wonderful save, but Iheanacho's penalty was just too good. It is 2-2. A direct free kick goal from Duncan. The volley from Ayew. But Nigeria has battled back. And the second half is here. Ghana, Nigeria for a spot in the quarterfinals of the World Cup. And we have danced our way and caught our breath into the final 30 minutes of this one. Nigeria, it's a deep free kick. Onomos found Osimhen. Sigi had it covered. But Nigeria giving Ghana something to think about. The changes have to start coming. Blessing has come in. Tete has come in for Ghana. They've brought out Jordan Ayew. But Tete more than capable. Aina. Ola Aina has got that chance to really get forward. Oh my goodness, he's been pulled back by Duncan. And the official has seen enough and the card's gone up from Massimiliano Irati. And Duncan is off in the knockout stages of the World Cup. The goal scorer from a direct free kick. And he just got a handful of Ola Aina's jersey. And you just can't do that on a yellow. But Ghana has, they've shifted their formation and they've stymied Nigeria. And we will be going to extra time. Nigeria with a man advantage. But it remains 2-2 in the first match of the knockout stage. We will see 30 more minutes of play. Ghana twice the leader, now very much against it with 10 men. Nigeria will know that they really have got to score given the present circumstance, but they don't want to leave themselves exposed. One goal can shift the fate of nations now. Iheanacho has got both for Nigeria in an unorthodox fashion. Ezebue. Iheanacho probing from Nigeria, but it's not come to much thus far. Aribo. The Rangers man to Ezebue. Onyeka. Emmanuel Dennis. Victor Osimhen! Yes! For Nigeria! It is the moment that 200 million Nigerians have been waiting for. Victor Osimhen! What a goal! Emmanuel Dennis right to his boot. And they've come from behind on 2 occasions. Ghana shifted. They've brought Akubon and Tete up as the 2 forwards. But it will be difficult for Ghana to get forward down to 10 men. Onyeka for Zaidu. Another goal would surely ice this for the Super Eagles. The Ghanaians, so much promise out of the group stage. Thomas. Only as far as Ezebue. They're running hard, but they don't have as many players, and that's the short end of it. Kelechi Iheanacho, Emmanuel Dennis! And he was off. He looked off, hovering behind the line. Dennis celebrating, but tentatively. And the goal will be disallowed. Ghana's hopes alive. The man who assisted what right now is the winning goal, Emmanuel Dennis, 1 step early. Was a tidy finish. Does Ghana have one chance in it to try and send us to penalties after the goal from Osimhen? They do not. Kelechi Iheanacho with the brace. A 2-2 first half. Then Kudus gets injured. Duncan gets a red card, and in extra time it all boils over into an Osimhen goal for Nigeria. And the Super Eagles are still flying into the quarterfinals of the World Cup. The farthest an African team has ever gone, tying previous Ghana sides. And Cameroon as well. Well, that'll bring us to the second match of this opening day of action, which is where Italy and the Netherlands, old foes from that old European mixer, Let's switch around here just for a second. Seems to have gone weird, a little wonky. Should be fine. It's been a little weird. It's not actually like launching the match. I'll just save on the side. I should be able to load up and go in. We have had to do that. Oh, wait, hold on. I've got to switch guys again, and then it'll like reset to 4 people. Seems like a little. I think we've had to do this before, where you like reload, and then it'll work. Okay, cool. We should be good now. We're just pushing Football Manager to the limits, you know. There we go. Yeah, we just had to reload. Back to Clive. And it's Italy in the Netherlands. A team that only beat Qatar out of Austria, Qatar, and Ghana in the group stage. The Dutch, even though they had the best qualifying campaign anyone's ever seen. They won all 10 matches. They did not concede a goal in European qualifying. It was unbelievably good. The Italians, they've made it to the World Cup after missing in 2018, and they won their group despite a draw with Nigeria, who've clearly proven themselves top of the pops. They're in the quarterfinals already. Italy and the Netherlands for a spot in the quarterfinals at the World Cup. Italy and the Netherlands both missed the World Cup 4 years ago. A pleasure to have them both back, and only one team can continue to write a redemption story here today. The wager's already been done in the chat. Here we go. The Italians, the Dutch. 90 minutes for a World Cup quarterfinal. Starting lineup here is for the Netherlands: Myron Boadu, Jorginho Wijnaldum, Memphis Depay, Stings, De Jong, Gravenberch, Blind, Van Dijk, De Ligt, Dumfries, and below the Italian team led by the incredible Ciro Immobile, then Insigne, Chiesa, Barella, Locatelli, Jorginho, Spinazzola, Bastoni, Bonucci, and Di Lorenzo at right back with Donnarumma in goal. De Jong, running ball for Stings. Memphis Depay's got Callum Stings again. Callum Stings, saved by Donnarumma. Myron Boadu cleans up the rebound, and the Dutch are flying. Well, that's one way to start the match for the Netherlands.
Julian Brandt! Yeah!
It's a soft rebound from Donnarumma. He was stretched to get there on Callum Sting's shot, and Boadu just waltzed in and tucked it home. And the normally stout Italian defense has been blown open. Immobile and Chiesa. Di Lorenzo's on a bit of a rampage. Back for Immobile! Warpilo drives it into the bar. Strongest hands possible did just enough. Di Lorenzo now. Barella. The Italian's not done. Immobile's already had one bite to the apple. Virgil van Dijk sees the ball out. And the Italians very nearly equalizing. Memphis Depay. Headed away by Di Lorenzo. Insigne. Insigne. All the way to the inline. Tough ball to play, but Daley Blind has played it. Chiesa. Thought for a moment he had the space. Daley Blind. Below. It's gone back for Daley Blind again, who seems to be running this whole break of the press. Now Frankie de Jong, Wijnaldum, Boadu. Memphis Depay. Boadu. Oh, it's a good hold-up. Wijnaldum. He's blocked from behind. Di Lorenzo. Heroic stuff. Wijnaldum thought he was clear, and Di Lorenzo's wrapped around him and blocked the ball away. Huge play by Di Lorenzo. The Italians under some serious pressure from the Netherlands. Depay, does he go for goal here? 30 yards out. He does. And Donnarumma was not going to get there if that was on target from Memphis Depay. But the Netherlands still have made a very good start to this. Stings, Boadu, dashing to the inline, Boadu. Back in front, Donnarumma. A bit loose again from Gianluigi. A hero of the Euros. De Jong. Van Dijk. The Dutch certainly have looked the better side, really, for the first 40 minutes. Stings, this time loses it to Spinazzola. But Insigne will pump the brakes. Locatelli. Insigne. Jorginho. Loves to pick out the ball. Locatelli up for Immobile! And he scores! Wonderfully for the Azzurri. Ciro Immobile. As he so often scores out of nothing, Locatelli floats over the top. Immobile over his shoulder first time. The technique was sublime. And all he needs is that moment to level the Netherlands and Italy. Now 45 minutes to decide who is going to the quarterfinals at this World Cup. 30 minutes left to decide it. The Italians with two big chances, both for Immobile. And now it's Insigne from the end line, on for Chiesa! And Italy has come all the way back to take the lead! Federico Chiesa! Insigne from the inline. Always so dangerous. Spinazzola, the defense has a mix-up, and Insigne goes first time. The defense can't recover, and Chiesa, the burgeoning Italian star, at it again. And the Dutch so comfortable for much of this game, very much uncomfortable now. Boadu, oh my goodness, Donnarumma's a bit out of position there, and Boadu nearly wrapped it round him. Myron will be watching that over in his head, but he needs to forget about it now. He's perhaps the best chance for the Netherlands to get themselves back. The Italians now able to do what they do best, possess and defend and play balls to Ciro. What a save! Pirlo had to get to it. He's come flying off his line and got hands to the ball. Absolute nerve jangling for the Dutch, but they're in. They're still in with a chance. Ciro Immobile has to believe he should have ended it there. 10 minutes left to go. The Netherlands have had plenty of chances, but what will be the one to equalize if there is any? The Italians from out of the World Cup to winning the Euros and trying to get to that World Cup quarter-final. They were down in this match as well. And Donnarumma's not been his sharpest, but he holds the ball. And they'll look to play this out short. Immobile. Cristante. Follow that ball back to Bonucci, but this is where the Italians are comfortable, the way the game is taught in Italy. And Insigne again, he's unlocked it for Ciro Immobile. And again, Bilo makes the save. Exceptional goalkeeping. Off his line again, he guessed right. Got down to his left in time and makes the save. 3 minutes, though, for the Netherlands' hopes and dreams. Insigne away from Van Dijk. It's Frankie de Jong. And there is space here for the Dutch. De Jong driving forward. Dumfries, that's a ball for Stings. Really well defended by the Italians, and Italy is moving on. They are moving on to the round of 8 at this World Cup. The Netherlands will bow out. A near-run thing for the Netherlands. They played well. They did not play well enough. Bawadu scored 1 and had a chance for more. Tough cookies for the Dutch there, but you know what? Italy has Ciro Immobile, and clearly he just makes the difference, you know? He just makes the difference. All right, day 2. I don't remember what match is next. I think it's England and... I really do. I think it's England and Spain. Should be a wild one. So we got extra time. We got a comeback win from the Italians. Immobile gets the job done. That's the headline. Probably fair. Probably completely fair. I'll put everything on England. Ooh, the big wager. The big wager's coming in. Yep, it's England and Spain, then Mexico and France in the round of 16 at this World Cup. England and Spain. Here we go. The English, perpetual bottlers, of course, but they've won their group without conceding a goal. A very good-looking performance in the group stage for England. As for Spain, they had to go up against France. They drew France. Smaller goal difference against the other two teams, Ivory Coast and whoever the Ivory Coast beat. And so, Jamaica. Sorry, it was Ivory Coast and Jamaica. Spain ended up in second position, even though they also have not been defeated at this World Cup. The wagers are down. Big ol' wager on the English. 83% of the wager on England. Dak Iwaldo with 250,000 down. Lag factors with 61,000 and change on Spain. 114 wagers on England, 81 on Spain. Spain catching 5-1 odds to win against England right now. It's time for the big gambles, but a lot of people seem to think it is coming home on Football Manager here today. England catching 70%. You ready? Because it's showtime. 2 million bacon on England. 2010 World Cup champion, Spain. 1966 World Cup champion, England, right? Here we go. Starting lineups: Ansu Fati up front, Oyarzabal and Pedri wide, Llorente, Koke, and Rodri in the middle, Gaia, Laporte, Ramos, Azpilicueta, and then Simon is the goalkeeper. Tammy Abraham's the starting forward with Grealish and Sterling wide of him, Foden, Ward-Prowse, and Henderson in the middle, Shaw, Rice, Maguire, and Aaron Wan-Bissaka with Ramsdale in goal. That's right. Tammy Abraham's got the nod from Gareth for this game. We'll see how it goes. Harry Kane is available off the bench, I believe. I'll change the view. And it's time. England, Spain. The lineups are in, and the first highlight is here. It's Jose Gaia from a corner towards the back post, and big slabhead Harry Maguire's seen the ball away. Rodrigo. That's Rodri on to Laporte. And Llorente. Aymeric Laporte did his first World Cup with Spain. Pedri also can say that. Oh my goodness, Ramsdale had to fish that one off the goal line, Edison style. But he has done, and he's found Raheem Sterling. But this is, the highlight is how narrowly that nearly went in. The confidence in Ramsdale playing the ball. He's played it well. And you can see the English bench here. Harry Kane's there, Pickford's there. Everyone having a good old time. Of course, Dean Henderson's there as well. Amazing. One shot apiece. It's been steady for England and steady for Spain in the first 20 minutes. What a tie this is in the round of 16 at the World Cup. Two nations that will go in with the expectation that they could just win this World Cup. England's got 3 shots to its name now, and they've got James Ward-Prowse for set pieces. And someone's gone down. This might be a penalty. Ref. It looked like someone caught an elbow in there. Aramugwan Baidawi is consulting the VAR, and the penalty's been given. Rodri shoved, guess who? Jack Grealish. Jack Grealish has been shoved, and it's Tammy Abraham who will be taking the penalty. Kane is not there. So the explosive forward from Roma. Tammy saved! Unai Simon has saved it! And it's penalty horror again for England. You'd scarcely believe it. Tammy Abraham had the season of his life with Roma. Wins the starting spot and gets saved by Unai Simon. Ward-Prowse. They've still got their targets on set pieces. Wan-Bissaka. To keep that ball moving, but it looks like even with that penalty save, England might just be putting their back into this. 0-0 at half-time with Spain. Then at what point do you see Harry Kane? If you see him, that's the question. He has been involved in this World Cup, but not in his finest form up until recently with Tottenham again. And the changes perhaps coming now for Spain. Sergio Ramos. Unai Simon's gone long here, but Harry Maguire is there to meet it. Tammy Abraham. James Ward-Prowse. Tammy. Oh, he's got Grealish. Jack Grealish! Oh, he's missed! The pass was perfect. The shot had the shape. But Grealish has steered it over the bar for England. And they've made a change now to their formation. Now, what's Gareth gone for here? Gareth Southgate's gone for something real interesting. He's gone for the 5 at the back with Henderson, Ward-Prowse and Foden in front. Rashford and Grealish up top. And Bukayo Saka's coming at left back. He's always been interpretive with his formations. And he's definitely wanted to stay in shape and composed against Spain here as extra time is beckoning. And neither country can handle this emotionally at the moment. Spain and England. Abraham's missed penalty, a huge difference. And now 30 more minutes. The switch is coming. Alvaro Morata's in the game. Of course, Alvaro Morata's in the game. And it's the 99th minute. In extra time of the round of 16. Calvin Phillips. Phil Foden. Aaron Wan-Bissaka bursting forth. Ramos. Oh, it's a mistake. Oh, and it's Rashford. He's not scored. Marcus Ward-Prowse, and blocked away, and you can't believe your eyes now. Oh my goodness me. Sergio Ramos makes the mistake. Marcus Rashford kicks free 10 yards from goal. Unai Simon not in position and somehow still makes the save. The recycle and Ward-Prowse is blocked away, and England is aghast that they're not leading this game. It was there for the Three Lions. It was indeed. And now penalties are beckoning with 15 minutes separating us from that now. Spain has been punchless, but has limited most big chances. A penalty and a mistake at the back for Spain. The big looks for England. But it looks like penalties might be the only way to separate these two of the biggest teams in the world. England and Spain are going to penalties in the round of 16 because of course they are. Pins are here. Questions to be asked about player selection in all directions now. But get your lists in and get your goalkeepers down to the end. It's Ramsdale and Unai Simon, who has already saved a penalty in this game. Oyathable's coming up to take it, but I must say, Ramsdale's nowhere to be found here. And he's going to have to walk his way all the way over from the opposite end of the field the way we've set this up now. There's Ramsdale. In no particular hurry, he has pretended to think that the penalty shootout was at the other end of the field, Ramsdale. And now he has strolled all the way over. It's Mikel Oyarzabal. Here he is, and Ramsdale. It's in for Mikel Oyarzabal. 1-0 Spain. And it's Marcus Rashford who had the chance in extra time for England. Against Unai Simon, who is the reason Spain is here. Questions about his number one status settled. Rashford redeems himself from the Euros. It was a confident penalty from Marcus Rashford. And you give him a lot of credit for bouncing back from his Euros miss. Now Sergio Ramos, always the clutch man. Ramsdale bouncing on his line. Ramos scores right in the top shelf for Sergio Ramos. And it's Phil Foden, the leader of this next generation of English players. And his first World Cup as a significant contributor, he was rather quiet for 90 minutes. Here he is, Phil Foden. Scores! 2-2. Good penalty. And rather surprisingly, it is Soler that will take the third for Spain. Ramsdale needs a save to be a hero. Soler, can he hold his nerve? He can. What a penalty from Carlos Soler. Right in the corner for the second consecutive attempt from Spain. That was incredible. Declan Rice. And first of what he hopes many World Cup appearances. In an England shirt for Declan. To make it 3-3, he has! He got it over Unai Simon. Woo! That was close. 3-3. And it's Alvaro Morata. Much maligned in his Premier League days against the nation that essentially threw him out. 3-3 in the round of 16. Alvaro goes quickly and scores. Another brilliant penalty from Spain. And Ramsdale had guessed it all wrong. 4-3 to the Spanish. And the nerves get higher with every kick. James Ward-Prowse can strike a dead ball as well as any player in the world. He's ironed out a spot in the England team. JWP has scored, and it's sudden death. 4-4. at the World Cup. The stuff childhood dreams are made of, and Jose Gaya will try and make his come through. The left wing back, Jose Gaya against Ramsdale, and he's saved! He's saved by Ramsdale! A big right paw for England! And Jordan Henderson, the man whose career is a dream, has a chance to make it a fairy tale. Ramsdale with the save. It's Henderson against Unai Simon for all the marbles. Henderson scores! England's going to the quarterfinals of the World Cup over Spain. Jordan Henderson has done it for the Three Lions. Ramsdale made the save. England 5 for 5 after missing a penalty during the match itself. And England has gone through. Absolutely exceptional for the English national team. They had two mammoth chances right in front of the goal. One was a penalty, one the Spanish mistake that Rashford couldn't put away miraculously. But Rashford scores a penalty. England beat Spain without Harry Kane. A bold but seemingly ineffectual decision now, because England has won. And one of the favorites is out. Spain has been eliminated by England. Okay, so we are going to have this issue on every one of these days. That's good to know. So we'll shake it free. We will save. We will save on side test. And then we reload, and then it works. Cool. Now we know. JT, thank you for the tier 2 for 24 months. No Life Spider, thank you for the 4 months as well. Chubies, thank you for the prime. My dude. Gestalt, thank you for the 18 months. Scorgy, thank you for the prime. Judewell, thank you for the prime. Gas, thank you so much for the 6. Boiler, thank you for the 5. France versus Mexico. The prediction is officially up. France versus Mexico in the round of 16. England winning on penalties in the round of 16 into the quarterfinals. Oh, okay. Guess I do actually. I wanted to see if I saved it, that like reset it, but I guess not. Whatever, dude. Whatever. We're having a good time here today. Drama for England. What song was that? That was Script Kid or Script Kitty by Harris. Alrighty, kids, let's get into this match. Mexico and France. You had to click the. Do the wager already end? Oh, I didn't see what was in it. I'm assuming France won the wager by a significant margin. 92-8. Oh, wow. Mexico catching that disrespect, but here we go back to Clive for our 4th match of the round of 16 between France and Mexico. We've already gone to extra time twice, Clive. Pretty crazy stuff. Absolutely, it's what you dream about in the World Cup knockouts. Intense drama, goals that decide fates of nations, and that's what we have again today. France, the reigning champions, trying to become repeat champions for the first time. Mexico have not got out of the round of 16 since Bush was president, the first one, I think, and that means they are desperate to get out of the round of 16 this time. Mexico and France, two classic footballing nations, at it again on the World Cup stage. The wager is closed, so let's bring those teams out. The last representative of CONCACAF and the European reigning champion. The formation for France: Benzema, Saint-Maximin is there, and Antoine Griezmann. Pogba, Kante, and Rabiot with Hernandez, Kimpembe, Koundé, and Mukiele. Mainen is the goalkeeper for France. Now we'll get Mexico's formation up here as well. Mexico with Raul Jimenez up front, Irving Lozano, and Tecatito Corona. Rodriguez, Herrera, Ache, and Romo and the middle three. Gallardo, Moreno, Montes, and Alvarez, the back four, with Acevedo, the new goalkeeper for the Mexican national team. Memo Ochoa finally losing out on his starting spot. Mexico have started brightly. They got 2 shots early up on France. And might this finally be Mexico's time to get to a World Cup quarterfinal? They've so longed to hear it and been so consistent. The most consistent national team in the world at World Cups. And that's certainly not the point of view. Well, I guess it is director, interestingly enough. Montes. I think the director is just smoking something. Not quite sure. Alvarez down the line. Oh, it's taken away here. Hernandez and Alain Saint-Maximin, providing that spark for this French team. Benzema, Hernandez, Pogba, Benzema, N'Golo Kante, Mukiele, Antoine Griezmann, so good in the big moments. Mukiele, Kante, Benzema again. Mukiele. He's going to pull it back for N'Golo Kante on towards Benzema. And it's seen away by Montes. Was there on the spot for Mexico, but France has given Mexico something to think about. It's been hard work to break down this Mexican national team, and you know Mexico's always bringing that technical quality. They can hold the ball, they can knock it around. They've got 58% possession against France here. And we enter the second half, wondering when we might see Kylian Mbappe. He's actually not at the tournament. He might be hurt. Oh, and that is a huge loss that we've not noticed until now, that Kylian Mbappe is not on the French roster. He's not on the bench. It might not be one of those weird fitness things. He might legitimately be not available for this tournament, Kylian Mbappe. And he's certainly not. He is recovering from torn knee ligaments and is missing this World Cup. That is what's going on with Kylian Mbappe. That's what provides the opportunity to Ousmane Dembele, to Griezmann, to Alain Saint-Maximin to make the difference. But they can't make the difference now for France, can they? 20 minutes left to play. What options might they have? They've already brought Rabiot, Saint-Maximin, and Benzema. They've took Benzema off and put in Olivier Giroud. But Mexico has held the ball and held their own until the 87th minute here. But France is up the field, and Kante to the back post, and it's Hernandez! Saved by Acevedo. Montes got it clear. France not done. N'Golo Kante still full of running. To the end line. Swings for Giroud. Pogba! Surely now! France are in the quarterfinals! And France still has its star, Paul Pogba, with a moment of fortune. Giroud glances it to him. What a touch, and he's got to finish then. Nothing Acevedo can do for Paul Pogba from that kind of distance. And France, stymied the whole game, gets a moment, an inspired substitution by Didier Deschamps to bring in Olivier Giroud and his experience. He glances the ball to Paul Pogba. And they play off Giroud, and Pogba scores the goal. Griezmann with the 6.1, but that does not matter. France has won a tough match with Mexico. A limited match with Mexico all the way to the end, but France has come through. And that brings us to a close on our second day, Zealand. It does. It does. And what a tight match. Mexico didn't create anything, but boy, did they make that match difficult for France to play. And they needed to, what they needed to break it open was a little Olivier Giroud magic. You know what I'm saying? Little Olivier Giroud magic. 59 people have still picked a perfect bracket thanks to France's late goal. 4 for 4. I might be 4 for 4. Am I? I think I picked Italy. I know I picked England and France. And I think I picked Italy. So I picked Ghana. I picked Ghana. I'm 3 for 4. I totally picked Ghana. England on penalties. France on the 88th minute winner for Paul Pogba. And that brings us to match day 3, which will be Croatia and Belgium, Germany and Brazil. Do 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 do. Day 2 done in the books. Make sure we save because it is being a little weird, but we're fine. Who will win this match? The payouts massive, monstrous. So hold on to the wager because we actually don't know what match is going to go first here. So hold on to the wager until we get there. Yeah, you won 24 betting 22-5, Plary, but that was because France got 92% of the bets, so the odds literally made you like 1,500. So fortunately, because they're on the same day, I actually think this is going to work better, and we're going to be able to just go do both matches and without having to reload, which should be nice. Is Dorfer saved tomorrow? No, I actually am going... I think I'm going to be IRL streaming on somebody else's stream. I'll keep you updated on that. So I was walking through Union Square on the way home from playing some men's league soccer, right? And I'm walking through Union Square, and I see that... So one, I'm watching this jazz band in Union Square, you know, cool... like jazz band on the way home. It's nighttime in New York City, whatever. I'm just listening to them play in Union Square. I'm leaning against the wall. I feel something like get on my shoulder, right? Or no, I don't. I feel something touch my neck. And I think it's a strap on my backpack. And so I'm like, oh, you know, you're just going to do that. And you just chill. And I'm chilling for like 30 more seconds. Then I feel something kind of hit my neck again. And I go like, that's weird. I don't really have a strap that should be doing that. So my brain thinks about it a little more. And then I feel a little weight on my shoulder. So then I go like, you know, and I like throw my shoulder for it, and a field mouse, not like a big rat, but like a tiny field mouse goes flying off my shoulder and hits the ground. And I'm like, interesting. That's interesting. Not okay with that. So this mouse just like hits the ground. Yeah, as long as like, look, if it's a big rat, those rats get like really big. It was literally one of those tiny field mice, right? And so it hits the ground, and then it just starts walking away. And I'm like, cool, glad you're not dead, right? And it's just kind of taking a stroll, and it starts walking towards this girl next to me. And I look over, and she's holding like the tripod, you know, the moldable tripod with the camera on it, right? She's holding it, and it's facing her. And so I'm like, is she vlogging? I don't know. But the mouse is about to walk on her foot. And so I walk over and I'm like, you know, I don't say anything. I just kind of like wave behind the camera, and I'm like, you know, if initially she's like, who's this weird guy, right? But I just kind of wave, and I'm like, hey, mouse. And she's like, oh my God, yeah, thank you for that. And I look up and I see like a Twitch chat on the, like it has a Twitch chat on the phone. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm not going to disrupt her stream or anything. So I walk home because I just had a mouse on my shoulder. It's time to go home. And I'm walking home and I'm like, okay, if she's on Twitch, it's probably like just chatting or something, right? She's just walking around New York City. So I literally just open up the just chatting section and just like scroll. And I find her stream, right? I find her stream. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'll just say like, you know, because I noticed it was Twitch, obviously. I just go in the chat and I say something like, hey, hope you have fun in New York. I'm the guy that helped you find the mouse. Or like I can't remember what I said. Like made sure the mouse didn't walk on you. You know, followed the stream, whatever. Just being, you know, nice. And she's like, oh, like, because I have that friggin' check mark next to my name. And so she's like, oh, shoot, you're stream on Twitch. She's like, let's find you again. And I'm like, you know, okay. Interesting process here. So she goes to dinner with her friends. It's on my walk home. So I walk into the restaurant waiting area and just hang out with them for like 5 minutes. Right. It was cool. Like she had the stream thing and she's just like asking me questions like, how long have you lived here? How long have you been on Twitch? Like, okay, whatever. So do that. I just came from a men's league soccer game. They're at a nice restaurant. It's kind of a funny scene. Her two friends are like, you know, like, who the is this guy? And she just like does that part of the stream. And then I'm like, yeah, I'll catch you later. And so she asked me like, what are the other cool, fun things to do in New York? Like, you know, touristy things to do, to see while you're here. Because she's here for a week doing IRL streams and stuff. And, so she was asked about the different places to go. She'd been to most of the places that I knew because I haven't really touristed New York yet, to be perfectly honest with you. And eventually she's like, yeah, I haven't been to the Brooklyn Bridge and I haven't been to, where's the other one? Chinatown. Brooklyn Bridge in Chinatown. And I was like, oh, okay. And so on Saturday, she's going to go to Chinatown and the Brooklyn Bridge. And I think I'm just going to be like a part of her stream, just going to Chinatown and the Brooklyn Bridge, because I don't do anything on Saturday anyways. So I don't even record videos on Saturday. Might as well do that. So it's going to be fun. She's chill, so it'll be a good time. And more importantly, I'm going to learn how to do IRL streaming, which is going to be fun. What I would ask you to do, chat, is it's very much a friend and professional thing. So the whole like, you know, making it something that it's not, I wouldn't go there either. It is absolutely not a date, chat, and I would like, I know you're the internet and you're never gonna chill, but I would ask you to chill. It's absolutely not a date. So, yeah, thank you very much. But it'll be fun. No, and I'll keep you updated on where it is so you guys can watch. And I'm gonna learn how to do IRL streaming, basically, because I'd love, one of my goals for the channel is, I don't know if I'm gonna make a different YouTube channel or just make travel videos and put it on the main channel, but learn how to do that kind of IRL stuff and that vlogging stuff better. Yeah, we're doing IRL. Yeah, my goal really is to be traveling to stadiums, doing IRL streams, and then making videos out of them. Right. Your mother's asking where we watch? Yeah, no, I'll keep you up to date about that on Discord, I believe. Yeah, it's really just, it's cool. It's going to be fun. She's like in town with her friends doing whatever. Have I asked her what her favorite Wonder Kid is yet? No. But I'll do a little post on the notifications thing on their on the Discord for sure. Would I go to European stadiums? Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. I'm just gonna eventually make enough money where I could comfortably go to Europe every other weekend and then go to matches. Yeah, that'd be nice. See, people often wonder, right? And this is why I don't ever talk about my personal life at all on stream. And they'll be like, you know, why don't you talk about your personal life on stream? And I'll be like, you ever seen how chat reacted when I said I was going to do an IRL stream with a certain person that happened to be a female that I met while they were IRL streaming in New York? You ever see how the chat reacted when I said that and nothing else? That's why I never talk about it. We're only having a laugh? I know, I am too. That's my joking answer to people that are like, hey, dude, you gotta be like, you know, I'm always super open about my thoughts and feelings about things, but my actual personal life, I don't talk about. If you've never noticed, I really don't talk about it. That was before you guys had your fun with that last bit. But I was just letting you know that's the answer, and that's the reason that that's the reason for sure, 100%. It's all banter. I know it's all banter, but it also, like, in a lot of senses that doesn't matter, right? Who's playing? Belgium. Oh, Belgium-Croatia match is first. Get your wagers in at the top of the chat. Chat. Because I'll be honest, chat, you and I both know that if this was a dude that was doing the IRL streaming, none of that nonsense would have been in the chat. You know as well as I do. That's just the way the world is right now. 2 generations from now, if it's a dude, the chat will probably be like that too, considering how the internet works, to be honest with you. So, dude is also a gender neutral term, technically speaking, so. Oh my, who's 1.1 million? Belgium's got 1.1 million in the prediction already. I'm just gonna start making up random things that aren't true about my personal life and just throwing them at you. I feel like that could be fun too. France had 2.7 million on them. Well, thank goodness for Paul Pogba. Croatia's got 21% of the wager right now, 109,000 from Louis TK. Mitch has got 250,000 on Belgium. That's a pretty spicy wager. What round is this? Round is 16. Wager done? Let's get it over to Clive. Let's rock and roll. There we are, Croatia and Belgium in the World Cup round of 16. The Croatian national team had a minute left to live before it scored a goal against Scotland to send itself to the round of 16. Well, Belgium, they've been here for a while. They clinched after 2 matches in the group stage, and they saw it out with 3 points in spectacular fashion against Germany. They held on through the first 30 minutes, found a goal with Romelu Lukaku, but now it's the business end. What you did before does not count at all. Just 16 teams and 1 shot to win the World Cup title. Croatia coming off their finals appearance 4 years ago. Their opponents, France, have already advanced yesterday into the quarterfinals. Can Croatia join them? Belgium, the golden generation that was, is in the way with maybe its last ever chance. We've got to make sure we get things set up. Director and key highlights, and here we go. Belgium and Croatia, ready to rock and ready to roll. Thibaut Courtois. It's gone long towards Romelu Lukaku. Eden Hazard's tugged back by Tin Yedvai here, and that was certainly at least a yellow. Oh, goodness, he's not given any card for that. Modric on the corner for Croatia. Back post, Bruno Petkovic! Oh, and Croatia! What a start! It's the big man, Bruno Petkovic. Modric right to his forehead in 3 Belgian players' ears. He's whistled it into the corner. This is what Croatia does in the knockouts at the World Cup. Modric, Kramaric, Vlasic, they're running at the defense now, and Vlasic, he dummied the pass, and he tried to chip Courtois. Now that is bold. It was really sensational from Vlasic until the finish. He faked the pass. He used that to create the space. And now it's a free kick for Kevin De Bruyne. For Belgium again. De Bruyne! Oh! Nearly there for Kevin De Bruyne. But Croatia have absolutely jumped on Belgium. They need a real turnaround. 9 shots for Croatia in the first 30 minutes of action. Belgium with just 2. But they have a corner. De Bruyne, back post. Struck. Erilic sees it out. Hazard. Tielemans. Alderweireld. Dendoncker. Selemakers onto Witsel! And he might have been off. We need to see. He took it well and finished well. But it might not count. And it won't count. He's offside. Axel Witsel. Certainly gone early. Selemakers sees it maybe late. It's the right stuff from Belgium in the wrong time. And Croatia's incredible start to this match produced 1 goal. It could have produced more. They lead Belgium 1-0 at halftime at the Ras Abu Aboud Stadium. 45 minutes for Belgium to redeem itself, as Croatia might just be playing the best match of the tournament to try and get to consecutive World Cup quarterfinals. Unthinkable for a nation of their size. Kramaric. Modric towards Bracalo! Hits the post! What a start to the half for Croatia. Right where they left off, Josip Bracalo. Very nearly scored. Now Kramaric. Oh, Kramaric! Now how has he done that? Thibaut Courtois beaten at his near post. It's Petkovic that played him in. He had to go first time, and Courtois wasn't ready for it. Kramaric fooled him. Courtois went the wrong way. And Kramaric tucked it home. After a massive performance against Germany, Thibaut Courtois has made a key mistake. And there's 30 minutes left to play, and it's all Croatia, really. And this brilliant, brilliant Belgian generation is crashing out again. De Bruyne turned it over. He's had a miserable game. Pasalic. And it's just been all Croatia. They've looked the better team from the off. Elic. Levakovic. Pongracic. Luka Modric still pulling the strings. Kramaric. Šolak. Brought down by Dendoncker, and it's gone from bad to horrible. Because Dendonker's on a yellow and he is off. And the Belgians can't believe it. But it's as clear as day, a second yellow card. Maybe a straight red on its own, taking away that scoring opportunity. But here come the Belgians regardless. Meunier on for Lukaku! And oh, surely not! Surely not, the Belgians coming back now. That looked way too easy, and Big Rom has done it for the Red Devils again. What a finish. And Meunier, so often a problem for the opposition. Well taken, and the nerves are back for Croatia. Just like that, but up for Pasalic. What a pass. Pasalic driving towards Courtois, and why not put it on goal given the previous effort. But Belgium now can believe, they can dream. They've got Lukaku with Hazard out wide. They really haven't gotten a good match out of De Bruyne or Eden Hazard. Pasalic, Kramaric. He's the man that scored the separating goal. Eden Hazard checking back. He lofts it forward, but Lukaku had dropped back to defend. He wasn't available. Borevkovic. Vlasic with the 1-2. It's a lovely ball, but too far. Courtois there. Belgium grabbing one back quickly has helped, but it's still a long shot for them down a man. Pasalic has space. It's got acres of space here. Pasalic to Kramaric, and Meunier has taken him down, and this might be it for Belgium. This might be it for Belgium. Kramaric, lively again, running off the back line, and it looked pretty clear that Meunier took a bite of his leg. And the penalty's given. Meunier came in on Kramaric and contacted him too much. And it's Kramaric from the spot against Thibaut Courtois for Croatia. And for Croatia, it goes in. Andre Kramaric, 3-1. Nine points from a group, including Germany, to the wayside. The unkillable Croats are out again into the quarterfinals. Barely surviving Scotland. Borevkovic. Oh, now it's Eden Hazard, and maybe if they can score from this, Belgium can still believe. Hazard at the end of his gas tank here, Eden Hazard, but he's still going in that armband. And it's just too close to Livakovic for Lukaku to do anything with. One by Struck. Vanaken, oh my goodness, Lukaku's behind him! And he scores, but he has to be offside here. Big Romelu Lukaku's got to be offside, and he is. And Belgium's faint hope is fading into the night of Doha. He's pretty clearly off. Never got himself back into position. And Belgium's golden generation is done in by Croatia's. Back in the World Cup quarterfinals, Croatia. And you cannot doubt their ability now. They have outplayed Belgium for 90 minutes. De Bruyne with a 6.2. Hazard with a 6.2. It was Big Rom that brought the chances. But even then, it was not enough. Belgium was simply not good enough today. The next match should be coming up immediately after this, and it is Germany and Brazil. And what a loaded tie we have here between Germany and Brazil. Torgan Hazard was playing right centre-back because Dendoncker got sent off. So they needed to stick someone back there that already made their changes, I believe. Oh, Hazard wasn't playing the centre-back position the whole match. They just had to put someone back there. Here we go. Brazil with revenge on the mind, or perhaps a twinge of fear. One of the most infamous matches in World Cup history. Germany's 7-1 dismantling of Brazil in Brazil at the World Cup, en route to what was their finest hour at a World Cup tournament, the win in Brazil in 2014 over Lionel Messi and Argentina. Germany and Brazil for the first time since that night in the World Cup round of 16. Is it Brazil's revenge, or can Germany and its gegenpressing style continue to haunt the flair and pomp and circumstance of the world's greatest ever national team in Brazil? The predictions are coming in, and they are predictably tight. Brazil getting 53% of the wagers, 107,000 from that guy Waldo. Our LCSFCB 19 with 100,000 channel points on Germany. Over 550,000 wagered on both sides at this moment. 102, 104 on Brazil, and 117 have wagered on Germany. As the match prepares to kick itself off, Brazil is getting 53% of the total wagered amount. It is time to kick off a truly spectacular tie on paper. Germany and Brazil to get to the World Cup quarterfinals. Spain is out on penalties to England. Germany and Brazil. The starting lineups here for Germany, it is Thomas Muller, Leroy Sané and Jamal Musiala, Havertz, Goretzka and Weigl, Goossens, Rudiger, Hummels and Riedel-Baku with Manuel Neuer in goal. For Brazil, Gabi Jesus, Vinicius Jr., Bobby Firmino and Rafinha, Fernandinho and Casemiro on the bench with Alexandro, Thiago Silva, Eder Militao and Fabinho. Ederson is in goal. We've seen Neymar throughout this tournament, but he is not available on the Brazil bench tonight. Perhaps an injury for Brazil's talisman. It is an injury. He is out with a twisted ankle at the moment for Brazil. And he might not be back for the rest of the tournament, Neymar. Ederson plays us in, and here we go with our first highlight of the match. Alexandro Vinicius Jr. dancing his way down the line. It's a floated ball that Goossens is there for. Rafinha, Casemiro, Firmino. Vinicius Jr. slipping towards Firmino, but it's cut out by the Germans. Musiala, who's got that German number 10 shirt. Coming off their defeat to Belgium. Goretzka. Leroy Sané. Sané. Muller. Thomas Muller! What a finish! It's just what he does in big matches. Thomas Muller. That was brilliant. He's made the run. He's in the right space. And Germany look like geniuses. Leroy Sané to Muller. He didn't even need to take a touch. Ederson flying out, and Muller glanced it past him. That is quite the finish. And Germany lead Brazil again, 1-0. And they've looked the better side while doing it. That is exactly what the doctor ordered for Germany. Havertz. Weigl. Orchestrating here with Jamal Musiala. Havertz. Oh, he's got Sané. Caught them napping. Leroy saved. Huge moment for Ederson. And he does make the save against Leroy Sané. He was played in. It's poor defense from Alexandro. And Danilo's come in for Alexandro at halftime. But it's still Germany on the front foot. Riddle Baku driving ahead. Riddle on to Musiala. Saved. Muller blocked. And cleared by Thiago Silva. Brazil on the back foot. They've had one shot in this match, Brazil. My championship pick on the ropes against Germany, who look like they have out-tacticked and outclassed the Brazilians in this match. But Brazil has doggedly stuffed Germany's attempt to go ahead by more than one, and that keeps a chance in for Fabinho and Rafinha and company. Casemiro and now Paulinho. Gabi Jesus. Casemiro. Danilo's going to get there. He has plenty of options. Paulinho goes for Gabi Jesus. Vini! Wow! Was he on? He might not have been. He looked onside, but he could have left a stray foot. And what a huge decision this is. He's offside. Brazil passes it into the back of the net with supreme quality. And Vinicius Jr. is judged offside. What a massive call. Germany trying to capitalize on the refereeing controversy. Goossens to Sané. And that was always wide of Ederson's goal. But Brazil now, they're late on. 10 minutes to play for Brazil against Germany. Baku. Mats Hummels. Rudiger, who's played his way back into that regular starting position for the Germans. Muller, Fabinho cuts it out, and now Brazil can build something. Paulinho. Vinicius Jr., who is the new star boy as Neymar's generation fades away. Neymar, of course, not available. Turned over, and it's Timo Werner. The Energizer Bunny to Serge Gnabry. The pace Germany has on the counter now. Gnabry. Wicked ball to the other wing. Goretzka. Goretzka in for Sané, and it's blocked by Casemiro. Germany desperately trying to put this away. Gnabry. Away from Danilo. Brazil need one more chance. They desperately need one more chance. The Brazilians are going out to Germany again. Sane got injured and that is going to hurt Germany going forward. But it is Germany 1, Brazil 0. And my champion is lost. I am cooked. Vinicius Jr. also injured in the 90th. And what was likely a clashing between the two. A massive win for Germany, a return to German pride after their shortcomings at the Euros and their disaster in 2018. Germany is back in the quarterfinals of a World Cup, but they got some help from the officials. Vinicius Jr. will be critiqued with a fine-tooth comb on that offside goal. Croatia and Germany, my dudes, into the quarterfinals. Yes. Very interesting. All right. And the final match day, Colombia, Argentina, then South Korea, Portugal. There are 10 teams left that can win the World Cup, and those are 4 of them. So the first match is definitely Colombia against Argentina. We know that for sure. I had Belgium against Brazil. Yeah, it didn't age well, did it? That's a tough look. Well, the early wagers between Argentina and Colombia are interesting. 250,000 on Argentina and 4,000 on Colombia. That means Argentina is getting 80-1 at the current moment, and Argentina... That was crazy. Kuker, thank you so much. The 45,000 down on Argentina. Ayerdrus has done 10,000 on Colombia. It's still 90-10. Isn't it South Korea, Portugal now? No. I think so. I was looking at the times, and yeah, I'm right. How dare you? That's at 3, and then this is at 7. Yeah, I gotcha. You're okay listening to me on this, in this moment. Won't make any guarantees for the future, but you're okay listening to me in this moment. All right, it's match time. We'll hop on in there. Colombia, Argentina. The last day of the round of 16 at this World Cup. The Colombians who had to beat Iran and hope Serbia didn't beat Portugal in the last match to get here, in Argentina, who absolutely won all 3 matches, including their 1-0 win against South Korea in the last match day, thanks to a 13th minute South Korean red. Oh my goodness. Colombia's come roaring back and is at 45% thanks to Looney Losers' 250,000 bacon wager on Colombia. $1 million on Argentina, 785,000 on Colombia. 150 people wagered on Argentina, 114 on Colombia. Incredible. To Clive. The final day of the round of 16 of the World Cup. So much possibility in the air with Colombia and Argentina. So often foes in South America, now on the world's biggest stage. Lionel Messi in his last World Cup, raising the curtain on a day that will also see Cristiano Ronaldo playing with Portugal. Both of them could meet in the final if they win out. But today, it's about surviving to the quarterfinal. Wager is done. Teams are headed onto the field. Colombia and Argentina in the round of 16. The starting lineups are already gone. We'll get to them in a moment. Mojica for the throw-in to James Rodriguez, who has found himself back in good graces. Barrios. Duvan Zapata's header is intercepted by Dybala. One back for a moment by Alzate, but Rodrigo De Paul up for Paulo Dybala. Dybala. Now Lionel Messi. Molina spinning away. Molina towards Lautaro, and then Lucas Ocampos. What a start for Argentina. It was confident and definite from Lucas Ocampos of Sevilla. Called off Lautaro and heads into the side netting. In Colombia's defense, perhaps the concern has cracked early. Argentina won South American qualifying, and they're playing like it. Colombia is starting with Duvan Zapata, Muriel out left, Vergara out right, and James in the middle, Barrios and Alzate, then Mojica, Sanchez, Medina, and Cuadrado. For Argentina, it's Lautaro and Dybala, then Ocampos, Rodriguez, De Paul, and Messi in that deeper right wing role we've seen him in this tournament. Tagliafico, Romero, Otamendi, and Molina. And then Emiliano Martinez is the goalkeeper. James, what a ball for Vergara! And he looked on! You cannot count out James and Colombia. A spectacular service from James Rodriguez to Duvan Vergara, who carries it into the bottom corner. He's onside. Duvan Vergara, well timed, well finished. Colombia back in the game. They needed a perfect ball from James, and they got it. "40 minutes gone, and it is 1-1. They've swapped around De Paul and Dybala, trying to tweak something open in that forward position, but it's not happened for Argentina. That really early goal was big. Moreno and Uribe have come in. 2 halftime substitutions for Colombia. Seeing something they might be able to attack and take advantage of, and Colombia has absolutely held their own in this game, even though Argentina's had most of the ball. 30 minutes left to play between Argentina and Colombia, and it is, guess what? Argentina free kick. The GOAT, Messi! Again! Messi, 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 Messi! And his legendary story is not done. His second free kick in 2 matches, a knuckler of supreme quality. How about that? And where is Colombia's response going to come from? Chara, Moreno, Davinson Sanchez, Alzate, Duvan Vergara. Oh, Lucas Ocampos takes it away. Back for Rodriguez, lofted for Lucas Ocampos. Tagliafico battling to keep possession against Alzate, who is on a yellow. Rodriguez, Tagliafico's drawn Alzate again, this time trying to run by him. On for Rodriguez, on for Ocampos. They keep it moving. De Paul, Lautaro, Messi next to him. Then Messi! Oh, he went down. It doesn't matter. The ball's in. Great advantage by the referee. Rodrigo De Paul smashing. And Argentina leads 3-1. They passed them open. And even though Messi was absolutely run over by Chara, Rodrigo De Paul was there to score it. No reason to call it back for a penalty. Lovely, lovely, lovely from Argentina. More precise when they needed to be, and Colombia is on the ropes, in on its last gasp. Round of 16 is always a good World Cup performance for basically any team in the world. But Colombia's 4 minutes away from having to live with just that. Alzate. It's a testy ball. They need a goal basically now. Duvan Vergara's looking for it. Moreno turned it. Tagliafico. And Romero cleared as far as Cuadrado. James. James, Chara. Duvan Zapata. He's off. He has to be offside. He simply has to be offside. And by some distance, Duvan Zapata is offside. Oh, wow, they flagged the initial offside to Chara. Duvan was certainly offside as well. Everyone's offside for Colombia, but Argentina's certainly on to the quarterfinals. Lionel Messi, integral in the final 2 goals, including a direct free kick in consecutive matches now. And Argentina has beaten Colombia 3-1 on what was enough for the Argentines. They certainly weren't dominant, but they have Lionel Messi, and that's what matters. They're in the quarterfinals, and who might join them? Well, we're going to have to reload to figure that out. Now, South Korea and Portugal. There are 9 teams left that can win the World Cup, and South Korea is one of them. Scotland qualified and was knocked out in a heartbreaking last-second goal by Croatia in the group stages. All right, wagers up. Oh, we're going right into the match. Okay, it worked. Cool. It worked! The final match of the group stages of the round of 16 words is Portugal and South Korea. Portugal drawing 87% of the 70% of the wagers. Willie Water Polo just threw 250,000 down on South Korea. Holy smokes, 150,000 down from Rydal on Portugal. Silky Smooth, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate you doing it with Jeff Bezos money. Sebadon, thank you so much for the Prime. Welcome to the Hammers. Storm Hunting, thank you so much for the 4 months. Thu Joes, thank you for the 3. Been a while. Here we go. Let's go, Brazil. Sorry that didn't age well. Helmer, thank you for the 25 months. And Chubas, thank you for the Prime. No Life, thank you for the 4. Gestalt, thank you for the 18 months. All your great work on the new GAN. Jude, thank you for the Prime. Scorgy, thank you so much for the 10 months. The Prime. Fenton with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for that. Make sure you get your wagers in. Make sure you get your wager in. Portugal. Over 2 million channel points on the Portuguese on Ronaldo. And South Korea also drawing over 100 wagers. They looked very good in their 1-0 defeat to Argentina. Had a chance to equalize and were down a man for 77 minutes. They beat the United States 4-0. The South Korean team feels like an upset pick. Portugal, a little shaky, even though it was their B team against Serbia in that last match. 1-1 draw. Scored on a free kick. 164,000 from Looney Loser on the Portuguese team. Wagers in. Showtime. I'll bring the teams out onto the field now. South Korea and Portugal. 9 teams left that can win the World Cup. This is our final round of 16 match. And we do have Cristiano Ronaldo, Gonzalo Guedes, and Bernardo Silva. Bruno Fernandes, Mateus Nunes, Ruben Neves, Mendes, Palhinha, Diaz, and Cancelo. The back four with Rui Patricio there. Hwang Ui-jo leads the line for South Korea with Song Heung-min, Lee Kwang Chung-hoon, Lee Jae-sung, in Paik Sung-ho, the midfielders, with Kang Song-woo, Jung Woo-young, Kim Min-hyuk, and Hong Jong-ho in the back line. Song Bum-kyun is the goalkeeper for South Korea. They do have Wang Yi-chan off the bench who can make a real difference. Portugal and South Korea. South Korea proud to be back in the knockout stages. But it's Portugal. Bruno Fernandes to the back post. And Bom Kyun Sung. What a save. He's touched it onto the top of the goal. This nearly went in from Mateus Nunes. But Song Bum-kyun gets up there and touches it off the top of the crossbar. Portugal, though, with another chance off the set piece. Bruno Fernandes again to the back post. And this time, Kim Min-hyuk is able to get there. Another corner kick. Bruno Fernandes to the back post. And this time it's in. Paulinho beats Kim Min-hyuk to the ball. And Jean Paulinho has scored, starting in the middle of defense. The Portuguese are flying. Well screened there by Cristiano Ronaldo. Song Bum-kyun was unable to move freely. And Ronaldo able to get to him. The set pieces early where Portugal making their impact. Nuno Mendes for Ronaldo, but Lee Jae-sung able to cut it out. Jung Woo-young. Lee Jae-sung out for Kong Sang-woo. And here is Song Heung-min. Looking very threatening. Lee up to Hwang Hee-jo. And Hwang Hee-jo's gone down. And Song Heung-min has scored. Everyone stopped playing except for Song Heung-min. They were waiting for a decision on a potential foul on Hwang Hee-jo. And instead, Song Heung-min's just come in and scored. 1-1. The South Korean hero at it again. Hwang Hee-jo credited with the assist. Cancelo's down with an injury. Portugal with 10 men for the moment. And it is South Korea with Paik Song-ho, Kong Sang-woo. Kong Sang-woo. He's taken by Bernardo Silva, and there is space for him now. Bernardo Silva in behind for Cristiano Ronaldo. But how about Song Bum-kyun with some sweeper keeping? A pass too far in front of Portugal's talisman. Eyes to Shah Cancelo to see if he is okay. Fernandes, Gonzalo Guedes. Guedes towards Ronaldo! Off the crossbar! And Song Bum-kyun clears. Cristiano Ronaldo rising above Kim Hong-hyuk. But it was not enough. It was a near miss. And halftime is here, 1-1 between South Korea and Portugal. Thierry Rendell Correa's in for Cancelo, who could not continue. But Correa certainly a pacey customer. Neves dropping a dime to Gonzalo Guedes. Bruno Fernandes towards Bernardo Silva off the crossbar again. He was offside. He was offside. He's been flagged as such. But a moment of hearts and mouths for South Korea and Portugal. 30 minutes now to decide a winner. Correa or Ruben Neves. Moutinho in his last World Cup, surely. Ronaldo likely as well. And is either of them going to be able to make the key difference to keep their hopes alive? Moutinho. Bernardo Silva. And it's closed down by Inbom. Lee. Dancing forward here, Son Heung-min. Lee. Son Heung-min. It's quite the move now for South Korea. They've shown real ability to hold possession in this match that I don't think many would have predicted. Jung Woo-young under some pressure now, but he's kept the ball. And Lee Jae-sung, no, Kong Sang-woo, big collision, 2 players down, and now it's Bruno Fernandes. And it's Portugal sweeping into a counter-attack. 10 on 10, and it's open. It's Bernardo Silva! And he might have been off, I think he is. He couldn't stay onside. Bernardo Silva is off and the goal won't count. And now they return to Moutinho, who is the Portuguese player down. The massive collision between Moutinho and I think Lee on the far side. And Moutinho has had to leave the field with an injury in the 68th minute. But we play on 1-1. The final 10 minutes of regulation between Portugal and South Korea, and the nerves are jangling. 5 minutes of stoppage time and extra time is here. Portugal 1, South Korea 1, and South Korea has held the ball with precision. 65% possession for South Korea. And they've really come out and surprised. But it shouldn't have been a surprise. They dominated the United States, drew with Serbia, and only lost to Argentina 1-0 because of a 14th minute red card. But after that red card, South Korea still looked competent, down a man against one of the best teams in the world. And they're playing another one of the best teams in the world. And they are still right there. Extra time, where heroes are really made. Rafael Leao is coming as the centre forward for Portugal. Ronaldo out to the left wing. And the first half of extra time has passed completely without incident. Ronaldo and Son Heung-min, the two superstars. Is one of them going to get on the ball and really make something happen? Final 10 minutes of stoppage time, and it's Portugal on the kick. Leao to Thierry Randall Correa. Mario, Gonçalo Guedes. Guedes. Mario. Gonçalo Guedes, still full of running. Correa, Leao. Seen away, back towards Rafael Leao. Ruben Neves. Turns down the shot. Portugal trying to work their way in. Ruben Diaz. Thierry Randall Correa. Mario, Neves. Bruno Fernandes over the bar. Somebody had to take advantage of that space eventually. Bruno Fernandes backed himself. He missed it, and we're going to penalties. Oh, the drama. Ronaldo's final World Cup. And we are in a penalty shootout between Portugal and South Korea in the round of 16. That's apparently not reversed. Yeah, the reverse doesn't work. It does not work. So we're going full match. It is Song Byung-kyun against Cristiano Ronaldo in the first penalty of this shootout. It's South Korea and Portugal for a spot in the quarterfinals. This is the closest South Korea's been since 2002, where Portugal, having won the 2016 Euros, want to send off their hero with style and a first World Cup title. Cristiano Ronaldo, maybe one last time at this World Cup against Song Byung-kyun. Ronaldo scores! Cristiano Ronaldo has scored the goal for Portugal. And now Rui Patricio, long the number one of Portugal, will go between the goal and stand where few human beings have stood in a more important position. The goalkeeper in a World Cup knockout penalty shootout. Lee, right to the ball, and how do you like that? Well taken by Lee. Lots of confidence from the South Korean number 10, the advanced playmaker. The number 10 in role, Bruno Fernandes. It's quite the penalty taker himself. It's 1-1 early. Song Byung-kyun touching the crossbar. Fernandes! Oh! Song Byung-kyun's gone right again. But the penalties have been perfect from Ronaldo and Bruno. They have been perfect. And now it is Rui Patricio returning against Jong Woo-young. to level things for South Korea. Jung Woo-young with a long pause and a penalty. Well taken. 2-2. Jung Woo-young holding his nerve. And Song returns against Ruben Neves of Wolverhampton Wanderers. Ruben Neves scores! Wow! That's a penalty. Song Bum-kyun's gone the right direction all 3 times. He has not got near that one. And now it's Son Heung-min for South Korea. Their talisman. Scores! 3-3. Ronaldo and Son Heung-min have both converted their penalties. But Portugal is officially out of penalty specialists. They do not have their hero from the Euros, João Moutinho. They do not have him. He is injured. Gonzalo Guedes will take against Song Bum-kyun. Guedes scores! And it's 4-3. Gonzalo Guedes. And the pressure mounts. We are 1 away from sudden death. Rui Patricio. It's not gotten particularly close. And Hwang Ui-jo, the centre forward for South Korea. Hwang scores! And Patricio is on the jet stream. 4-4. That was the closest Rui Patricio's gotten, but Hwang's really stroked it into the corner, and now it's Mario in sudden death in the round of 16. Mario scores! And South Korea has to score now. Song Bum-kyun again close to it. It's Inbom, the substitute. Against Rui Patricio. Inbom scores. That's another wonderful penalty. Side netting only. And we go to the 6th taker of the penalty shootout. And it's Nuno Mendes, the young boy at left back of Paris Saint-Germain. Nuno Mendes against Song Bum-kyun, and he scores! Side netting again. He put his foot through that. And the goalkeeping has been solid. They've gone the right way. The penalties have been too good. Hong Jong-ho has to score for South Korea. Here he is. Hong Jong-ho again perfect. A tip of the cap to both of these teams for having nerves that few people could imagine. Hong Jong-ho makes it 6-all. And Song Bum-kyun makes the walk-in again to face Rafael Leao, the substitute. Leao strafing up. He shoots and he scores! He scores! It got through him! Oh my! Song Bum-kyun was there and he couldn't save it. Now Lee Yong to keep South Korea alive. Lee Yong has to have it. Oh, what a penalty! 7-7. All perfect. And Song Bum-kyun has to have a very short memory because he read Rafael Leao's take down the middle and couldn't save it on power. It's the right wing-back substitute, Thierry Rendell Correa, for the 8th penalty. He shoots and scores! Tucked it home. Side foot only. And South Korea's got to score to stay alive again. They need it from Kim Jin-soo, the fullback. The left back strafing up and he scores! What a strike! He puts his foot through it and puts it in the side netting. Kim Jin-soo, and now we are at the level where these players never imagined they'd be taking a penalty. It's João Palhinha, the centre-back for Portugal. In the 9th spot, it is 8-8, and Paulinho scores. And for the 5th time, South Korea needs to score in order to stay alive. And the penalties from both sides have been incredible. Nam Tae-hee. Nam Tae-hee. So it's in! It got through Rui Patricio's hands! Patricio guessed right and got all the way to the corner of the goal and got his hands on it, but it was too strong from Nam Tae-hee, and now it's Ruben Diaz with the 10th Portuguese penalty. He shoots and scores. And every outfield player from Portugal has scored on Song Bom-kyun. Kim Min-hyuk, the centre-back for South Korea, is the only one that hasn't on Patricio to keep South Korea alive. It's saved! And Portugal, at long last, has won! Patricio redeems himself and saves Kim Min-hyuk. And what a match we've been treated to. 1-1 to penalties, and Portugal into the quarterfinals against one of the best South Korean teams of all time, it's safe to say. Patricio saves the last outfield player, Kim Min-hyuk. And an ovation for South Korea. They took Portugal to the absolute limit. And they played an all-around brilliant tournament. But Portugal and Ronaldo still alive, thanks to Rui Patricio. Holy smokes, dude! Holy smokes! It's the second longest penalty shootout in the history of live sports. Ever. And Portugal survives it. Ronaldo v Messi is still alive. And that means that the quarterfinal matchups are in Italy and France, Croatia and Argentina, Nigeria, England, Germany, Portugal. Oh, wait a second. There we go. Hey, I'm gonna do me over here. Asia officially eliminated. So's CONCACAF. There are 3 continents left. Africa, South America, Europe, of course. How many people got the first round right? It's a good question. There are 3 people left that predicted the entire first round correctly. I'm guessing if South Korea won, then 0 would have had it. And there we go, Italy and France, Croatia and Argentina, and we will save. Knockout day 4 is done. First match is Italy-France, which is actually, coincidentally, the longest penalty shootout we've ever had in a live sports save when we simulated the 2022 Euros on FM 21. It was 13-12 to Italy. Actually, one would have had it if South Korea won. That is incredible. And shout out to that person. The U.S. do 0 points. Hard-fought loss to Poland in the 94th minute. Lost to South Korea 4-0 and Argentina 2-1. But obviously South Korea was actually pretty good, so not as tough as it originally looked. And now it just gets crazier, ladies and gentlemen and NBs. This is the showtime. We're here for it. Now we had 2 penalty shootouts. We had 3 extra times. It's a lot. England won the other penalty shootout against Spain, if you weren't with us. The extra time was Nigeria and Ghana. Nigeria scored a late one after Ghana had a player sent off in the 75th minute. Do, 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 do. Hey, it's match day. It's match day. Hey, it's match day. It's match day. How's the Belgium match? They got outplayed by Croatia, honestly. Kind of a surprise. But I guess not really, you know? It is Croatia. I believe it is time. Italy and France in the World Cup quarterfinal. Let's get that wager up. The Italians, they won their group despite a draw against Nigeria, and they survived the Netherlands with a comeback 2-1 win. France is here after beating Mexico in an 88th minute goal from Paul Pogba. They drew Spain in the group stages and managed wins over the Ivory Coast and Jamaica. But who is going to be the predicted winner based off the chat? 55% on Italy right now, but that I'm assuming is leveling right out to a good clean 50-50. Already 250,000 on France and Italy in the wagers. The big money coming in early from Louis TK going on Italy with 62.7 and Rydal with 47,000 bacon on France. I've already got over 70 wagers on each side of this. Over 80 wagers now. 764K on France, 444K on Italy. France is getting a big lean. Is Mr. Choke throw 250,000 down on France. 250,000 down on France. But it's being balanced out by some people taking advantage of those odds to go Italy. Big Sleepy Boy, thank you for the tier 1. And iPro, thank you so much for the 18 months. Carlos, thank you for the 4 months. Otto, thank you for the gifted sub. Fenton, thank you again for the 5. That's for you, Otto, throwing down a gifted. The big hitters are here. With Choke dropping 250,000. No, we're almost at 1 million channel points wagered on France. 990,000 as that fades away. And we go to Clive for the first of our 4 World Cup quarterfinals. There you go. World Cup quarterfinal. Italy and France. A classic tie between 2 tricolor European powers. The French, the reigning champions. The Italians, the reigning European champions that missed the World Cup in 2018. France are in white. The Azzurri are in their natural blue. Pogba, the hero, against Mexico in the 88th minute on an assist from substitute Olivier Giroud. And might we see him again? It was a bold decision by Deschamps to swap Giroud in for Benzema. It worked. Griezmann, Kingsley Coman, of course Mbappe out for the whole tournament with a ligament injury. Oh, this is bouncing around. Donnarumma misplayed it. It hit the crossbar and needed some survival from the Italian defense. Fortunately for them, no pressure from the French. But 10 minutes have gone by. We'll get you the lineups. It's Italy with Immobile, Insigne, and Chiesa again up front. Pellegrini, Barella, and Locatelli. Then Spinazzola, Bastoni, Bonucci, Di Lorenzo, Donnarumma. Very familiar lineup with Benzema, Coman, and Griezmann. That's the familiar front 3 for France. Pogba, Kanté, and Rabiot. Theo Hernandez, Upamecano, Varane, and Koundé, with Maignan in goal for the French. And early doors, it has been level between 2 teams playing a pretty similar formation, similar style. Spinazzola, happy to have him back as part of the national team, aren't they? Insigne. Oh, it's Immobile. He's broken free from Varane. Ciro didn't have the pace to finish the job. And it's Insignia's going to go for it. Crossbar. Meinen wasn't quite near it. And that is what Lorenzo Insigne can do if given the space. He really can threaten. 40 minutes gone. France with 4 shots. The Italians the 1 from Insigne. And we hit halftime. A spot at the World Cup semi-finals on the line between Italy and France. Locatelli for Bastoni. Insigne. Pellegrini, lovely for Spinazzola. Bastoni has just established himself as the next great Italian centre-back. Barella. Chiesa's got the defence turned around to the end line, towards Immobile. Upamecano away, and now it's Griezmann. Is there a counter-punch from France, who played a very measured game against Mexico, didn't really give up any chances and found one late. Griezmann. N'Golo Kanté. It's asking a lot of Kanté. Oh, goodness! The header mishandled by Donnarumma, who looks full of nerves again. He's just barely kept the ball out of the net. Di Lorenzo heading it back to his keeper, and well, Donnarumma just bobbled it. That's what the World Cup quarterfinals will do to you. It is Donnarumma's first World Cup. Bastoni, Barella, Bonucci. Cristante, won by N'Golo Kanté. Alain Saint-Maximin, the substitute. Saint-Maximin, no! He was so focused on shielding the defender that Alain Saint-Maximin skied the attempt. And there's 10 minutes left until we wander into extra time. They've switched up the formation, and N'Golo Kanté's an attacking midfielder. Saint-Maximin bending towards Upamecano. 4 minutes left of stoppage time. The Italians taking their time. Donnarumma, oh my goodness! He's turned it over! And of course, it's Karim Benzema! It's always Karim Benzema! And Donnarumma looked nervous, and there it is. He just didn't see Benzema. He's looked to go to Jorginho, he's given it away, and that knocks Italy out of the World Cup. It's simply beyond belief. One of the world's finest keepers, and he looked nervous earlier, trying to play out of the back. He's just passed it to the one-man press of Karim Benzema, who scores the goal to take France to the semi-final. Just monstrous for France with 2 1-0 wins to the semis. The Italians can hardly believe it, and it will take some years to process for Gianluigi Donnarumma what's just happened. Because the Italians are so stout in defense that they like their chances to ride that one out in Al Rayyan, but now they will be riding home. And now the next quarterfinal, the English and Nigeria. England winning the penalty shootout thanks to Sir Jordan Henderson against Spain in the round of 16. Take on the African representative in this quarterfinal, Nigeria, who beat Ghana in extra time to find their way here. Nigeria trying to become the first African nation of the many that have fallen before them in the quarterfinals to make it through to a semi-final at a World Cup. England having survived nerves beyond their comprehension and scoring all 5 of their penalties, including not including the miss by Tammy Abraham, of course. Sorry, we're already in the corner. I don't know what I'm doing over here. Anyways, yeah, that's the situation. So we're going to go ahead and save it up, make sure everything's good. Save it on day 5. You know what's up. France, 91st minute. Karim Benzema. Maybe the best player in the world right now. He's done it again. Nigeria and England, which is essentially everybody not from England in the chat against everybody from England in the chat. Here we go. Showtime. The Super Eagles and the Three Lions in the World Cup quarterfinal. Shaka, thank you so much for the prime. Joshinho, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you being a part of the Hammers for 4 months. The English trying to win the 2022 World Cup, while Nigeria, they're trying to bring it home for Africa, and the early wagers have opened strong on England. Mr. Choke has thrown 250,000 channel points on an England win. Nigeria has 100,000 from Willie for water polo and 357,000 overall on 7-1 odds for a Nigeria win. The drama is going to be intense. It's a World Cup quarterfinal. The sort of experience that neither of these two sides would really have on this World Cup stage. England got to the finals of the Euros. Nigeria, perpetual contenders for that African championship. But this is a whole different ball game when you're talking about a World Cup. 2.9 million channel points on the English. Nigeria's got a 500,000, and that's just 14% of the wager. It's incredible. 3 million channel points on an England win. Gandhi, thank you so much for the gifted to Bernardo. My dude. It is time we send it to Clive Livingsworth. Nigeria and England. Such a symbiotic relationship in the footballing world between these two nations. So many Nigerian talents developed in the English leagues. And now they face off in the biggest match on the World Cup level for either of these teams in really recent memory at all. Nigeria and England, the English falling in the semi-finals in Russia, trying to get back there in Qatar. Nigeria, so often at the World Cup, so often slayed by Argentina. They've dodged them so far, but they've come up against England. What a match. Super Eagles and Three Lions are on the field, and only one's going to the World Cup semi-finals. We're underway. Osimhen's kicked it off, and Iwobi settles. At Arabio and Akpaguma, the back line, Wilfred and Ndidi. Osimhen. And Nigeria able to get the opening kick to settle the nerves. Collins. Aribo. And Aribo's going towards Chukwueze, and it's a first test of nerves for Luke Shaw. He's passed. And a look at the formations, both 4-3-3, Harry Kane, Raheem Sterling, Bukayo Saka, the front three. Foden, Ward, Prowse and Rice. Shaw, Tamori, Maguire and Alexander-Arnold with Ramsdale in goal. Osimhen, Emmanuel Dennis, Samuel Chukwueze, Aribo, Iwobi, Ndidi, Collins, Akpaguma, Adarabio and Ezibue with Okoye in goal for Nigeria. And Ramsdale, the penalty hero, in goal for England. He made the save on the 5th penalty for the English. Nigeria has started smartly with 62% of the ball. And they've certainly knocked it around with confidence, Nigeria. Okoye and Emmanuel Dennis wins it. And the Super Eagles looking to hold it. Akpaguma and Adarabio, two high-level centre-backs for Nigeria. The African nation that is the most consistent at making the World Cup. Every World Cup since 2006 for them. Iwobi to Chukwueze of Villarreal. Chukwueze towards Osimhen. Maguire cuts it out. Harry Maguire. Sterling driving ahead. Ezibue makes the tackle, but Raheem Sterling's kept on going here. He got it back from Kane. And Foden towards Sterling. Brings it down, Luke Shaw. And now Sterling in the area. He's blanketed. Phil Foden. So many players can run with the ball for England. Luke Shaw on for Kane. And what a save by Okoye. Stayed with Kane stride for stride and popped it over the crossbar. Ward-Prowse. And there's Okoye again. So much debate about who should be the keeper for Nigeria. Well, Okoye looks the part right now. But England's found their way into the game after a tough opening 10 minutes. Towards Sterling. Oh, they beat Aribo to that ball somehow, but he couldn't win it cleanly enough to pressure the goal. Okoye lofted towards Osimhen and Declan Rice. Able to bring it down with his foot. Sterling. Foden. Roaming, marauding to Sterling. And he has done! Raheem Sterling, Raheem the Dream for the Three Lions. He let this one run and Okoye couldn't recover the post in time. And it's all made by Phil Foden here. It's a wonderful run. It's a wonderful pass. And Sterling's first touch caught Okoye away from the post. And England lead in the quarter-final. Nigeria, after such a good start, they've not turned it into pressure on the English goal. And England, with a real good spell of 20 minutes, just took control of this game. And it stays 1-0 to half-time. Raheem the Dream Sterling finishing off that spell of dominance with the goal. Rashford's coming. Now Ward-Prowse from some way out. And Okoye scrambling to deal with it. James Ward-Prowse from the ensuing corner. Towards Shaw as Aboué got it down, and Collins up for Emmanuel Dennis. Emmanuel Dennis. It's well defended by Trent. And Dennis has won a deep throw for Nigeria. They've just not turned their possession into shots towards the goal, Nigeria. But they have managed to make the saves. 9 saves for Okoye in this game. Nigeria finally starting to exert some pressure. 20 minutes remain for England. Ward-Prowse to Kane. Okoye saved it. The ensuing shots blocked away again. Ward-Prowse. And there might be something here for Maguire. And it's gone harmlessly over for England. Now Ward-Prowse, dangerous position towards the back post. Adarabio up to the challenge for Nigeria, who've been besieged in this second half. Ward-Prowse. Tamori. Declan Rice. Luke Shaw. It's just well worked by the English. Shaw down for Sterling. Stopping on a dime, in for Kane. Blocked by Adarabio. And it will be another England corner as the Three Lions supporters are cheering their team on to try and put this away. There's a feeling they could. Tamori. No. And it's sat down for Emmanuel Dennis. And oh my, the Super Eagles have broken into space. Emmanuel Dennis waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. And he has taken it from Shaw. Emmanuel Dennis has done some incredible work here, and the ball is in. It's Iheanacho. He's gone down. Appeals. Nothing given. Kelechi Iheanacho down in the 18. But nothing there, says the referee. It stays 1-0 England. 5 minutes left, and what a chance this is. Ward-Prowse to send England to the semi-finals. James Ward-Prowse saved. What a save from Okoye. And he has stood on his head. Okoye somehow covered the distance. Ward-Prowse did not hit it hard enough. And it's still the 1-0. Nigeria still in this. They need a chance late, and they're not going to get it in the English. Deserve to win it, really, and they do. Nigeria controlled the ball, but England created the chances to score. Raheem Sterling was the one that took that chance. And England is going to the semi-final, and Africa will have to wait for its hero to make it to a semi-final of a World Cup. The eyes on Mohamed Javad Mohammadi on that potential penalty shout for Iheanacho. But it was England that controlled the majority of the game, and England that wins. England survives, perhaps nervously 1-0 against Nigeria. Penalties against Spain, the 1-0 against Nigeria looking good. Is Saka long-term injury? Oh, true. Saka picking up an injury? No, he's fine. Okay. He is fine, and there is the other set of quarterfinals to go. Croatia, Argentina. Germany, Portugal. France and England have already booked their spots in the World Cup semifinal. Yo, Cake One, thank you so much for the 13 months. Alrighty, let's just make sure that everything is all set. It is. We'll make sure that that injury would register. Yeah, a good old tight calf. He's perfectly fine for England. Bukayo Saka will be available. England played as well as it hoped it would against Nigeria, but surely didn't score enough to be comfortable. All right. Save. What was that? That was day 5. Complete. And now day 6 of the knockouts at the 2022 World Cup. And we are down to at least all teams that qualified for the World Cup that we have coming up. First, Croatia, Argentina. Can Lionel Messi keep up his magic run? He's scored a direct free kick in the last 2 games. Nice copy, Basta. Looks good. Looks good on you. Do 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 do. There are 5 matches left. Yeah, yes, 5 matches left at this World Cup. Let's make the most of them. We're having a party. We're having a party. It's freaking Friday, lads. We're having a party. I mean, this is, I freaking love the live sports saves. I really do. They're fantastic. Kick back, enjoy all the drama of an entire World Cup over the course of like 2 days, or AFCON or Asian Cup or whatever. They're great. They're fantastic. Spicy. I'm going to go grab a beer. You know, why not? It's Croatia. It's Argentina. Modric versus Messi. Of course it is. The Croatians, the Argentines. Here we go. On a lovely Friday evening live sports, Argentina getting 76% of the wager right now. People bet against Croatia, then they outplayed Belgium, you know what I'm saying? Whoa, 200,000 from Rydal on Croatia. 250,000 from Mr. Choke on Argentina. 72 wagers on Croatia, 85 on the Argentines. Also, I know you'd be wondering, I am, of course, an American. It's a nice can of Bud Light. Thank you. And I'm really looking forward to it. Got some peanuts as well. Yo, Argentina down to 64%. I drink Guinness when I go out to pubs and bars. It's one of my favorite drinks too. I don't, you know, I've got enough, look, I've got enough hair on my chest, okay? I really don't need a beer that puts more hair on my chest, all right? So Bud Light and a Friday afternoon's perfectly fine, and nobody's gonna be able to shame me on that. All right, you ready? Yeah, you can, goodness me, you can drink on stream on Twitch. Absolutely. People do drunk streams and stuff. Just don't play copyrighted music, okay? Clive, you got it. It is the World Cup quarterfinals. It's Croatia, it's Argentina. The Croatian national team stunning Belgium 3-1 in the round of 16, while Argentina was able to see its way through that round of 16 thanks to a Lionel Messi free kick. Can Messi keep his Argentina career alive in all likelihood in this matchup against Croatia, or will Luka Modric guide his nation to consecutive World Cup semifinals? That's what's on the line here. This is Messi's last dance at the World Cup, and this is Croatia trying to redeem themselves and go one step further. Here we are. Ocampos. Down for Palacios and those pinstripes of Argentina against the checkerboards of Croatia. Classic uniforms in both directions. Acuna. Palacios. Lionel Messi. Marcos Acuna. Romero. Otamendi. Palacios. This is what you could expect from Argentina. They really have played a possession-based, control the game style, but then they break out, and then it's Rodrigo de Paul! How do you like that? Look at the composure from Rodrigo de Paul. It is sumptuous. Campos makes the play, and it's Atletico Madrid's Rodrigo de Paul that has just chipped Livakovic sheepishly. And Croatia find themselves behind. Erlich. Bit of a driving run from him. Domagoj Vida. Brozovic. Ivanusic. That was classy, but Palacios read it. Campos and Marcos Acuna. Otamendi and Romero. And Ocampos. This is exactly where they built the goal last time. Lautaro Martinez. They're looking for the same run, but now they've just given it to Lionel Messi. He's had it taken away, but Angel Di Maria's charging ahead. Now Messi! Oh, saved by Livakovic. Wow! Dominik Livakovic, a lifesaver. And the ensuing corner, it's a foul on Argentina. But the Argentines have started as well as they have in any match in this tournament. The very early goal. And they're getting that flowing attack going in the right direction here. Palacios on for Ocampos. Is he onside? We'll figure out in a moment, because he has scored, and he is onside. And what a start for Argentina. Argentina's hardly won their matches all tournament. They've won by a single goal each time, and now they have come out and sprinted away from Croatia. Ocampos, the scorer. The lineups: Petkovic, Rebic, Vlasic, Ivanusic, Modric, Brozovic, Gvardiol, Erlich, Vida, and Jedvaj with Livakovic in goal. It's Martinez, Messi behind him. Then Ocampos, Palacios, De Paul, Di Maria, Acuna, Romero, Otamendi, Molina, and Emi Martinez. 2-0 and the lineups are just coming through. They've scored 2 goals on 3 shots, Argentina. Just an absolutely perfect start for them. And the semi-finals are beckoning now, but Croatia was up against it against Scotland as well. in the group stage, and they found their way through and then flattened Belgium. We know Croatia can turn it on, and they really did. In the back half of that first half, they went from 1 shot to 7. And Croatia flowing ahead against Argentina as the Argentines, their 4-4-1-1, are really just looking to hold on to the ball, hold on to the time, and throw a counter-punch through Messi. But now it's Martinez. Lautaro saved. Livakovic with his second big save of the match. Acuna to the back post, Ehrlich. Di Maria. Decision not to start Modric, but here he is. He's made the play. Quick off the bench. Luka Modric. Modric, a runner for Ivanusic, who's had quality on display today. But he's defended by Palacios, who lets him hear about it after the challenge. This is an Argentine team that knows the job they have before them. They've not won the World Cup in 40 years. And it's a goal! Oh, it's Christian Romero! Out of a fray! And it's 3-0 Argentina! Lionel Messi with the assist. Brozovic beaten to it by Christian Romero. And Argentina, with such precision, has taken a 3-0 lead. And maybe the last World Cup match for Luka Modric. The Ballon d'Or winner, the first of his country, has taken Croatia to such heights. Back-to-back World Cup quarterfinals, seemingly the end of that streak. It will not be back-to-back semifinals unless something spectacular happens. Pasalic, Brozovic, it's in. Šolak is in. That surely had to go in for Croatia. It had to be then if they were going to start the comeback. Paredes, Rodrigo de Paul, Di Maria. What a ball for Lautaro. But it just ran away from him and Livakovic. And he could never put it under his spell. Romero, who's a goal scorer in a World Cup quarter-final. Martinez. Set it far and Tenjedvajs corralled it. And Croatia's really played its way back into this game, but Argentina started brilliantly. Oh, Kolak, and now Ivanusic! Got to be one! It's got to be one! Luka Ivanusic! It just fell kindly for him as Jedvajs throwing it forward. And he was the first one there to stroke it home. It would be spectacular if Croatia could pull this off. And they likely won't. But they've got one back for the Pride. Molina, Otamendi, and Rodriguez. The nerves perhaps just reintroduced for Argentina. Just a bit. A reminder that you are in a World Cup quarter-final. And the pressure is up to 11 from Croatia, and it has forced a turnover, and it's Domagoj Vida, and it's Brozovic, and it's Bracolo! Oh, he hit the post! Josip unleashing one. Nearly made it game on for Croatia, but they've got numbers forward again. Bracolo looking for Pasalic. Otamendi calmly back for Emi Martinez. Argentina can smell the semi-finals now. England and France are already there. The last South American team in this tournament. And it's Livakovic that's come to play it, a sign of the times here with seconds to go. And that is a foul on Romero. It's gone against Christian Romero, and it will be a dangerous free kick. And it's a yellow card for Romero as well with an elbow. Croatia simply has to score this if it has any chance. And it's Bracolo who just hit the post. Josip hits the wall. Josip Bracolo hits the wall. And Argentina can score here, but they've blown the whistle rather fascinatingly. The match is over. 3-1. Argentina won't care. They've won. De Paul, Romero, and Ocampo score the goals to take Argentina to the semi-finals. A really spirited comeback by Croatia. They had one shot after 30 minutes and finished with 20. They got after it, but they couldn't find the goal. Šolak missing a real good chance there late. And it was Argentina's day in the end. And Lionel Messi, who was subbed off throughout that contest, after assisting a goal, is still marching onwards. So it is France, England, Argentina, and either Portugal or Germany that will win this World Cup. That is it. Big win for Argentina. They continue to just be the better finishing team. Oh, we've redeemed a dab. Oh. out to Mr. Choke for redeeming the dab. A unique time. 3rd ever dab redeemed for 1 million channel points. It's what you're all gambling for, I generally assume. And it's the 3rd one ever redeemed. And that was the dab. Wow. What an experience. What a time to be alive, you know? Show your desk. It's really not messy at all. It's got peanuts on it, but fine. How was my time, by the way? It had been a little while. I haven't done that in a little while. Good to know I still got it, though. I think we put in a pretty good shift there. I think we put in a pretty good shift. How badly did you say? I have hardwood floors. It's really not that bad. I know I accidentally opened it too low, so a little came out the top. I was like, dang it. But, you know, I'm a pro. And you got to be hard on yourself when you're a pro. Can't believe Z showed us peanuts on stream. It's disgusting behavior. I'd agree. Get him out of here. Should I open your beer with your teeth? I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I know how to do that? I am an upstanding citizen of this nation. Or something. Okay, day 6. There we go. I do need another beer. That's true. We were just getting hype for the Portugal-Germany game, of course. But congratulations to Mr. Choke. A great achievement. It is now Cash, IL, and Mr. Choke that have achieved the dab. Mr. Choke has wagered his way to the dab. Thank you so much for providing a fun experience for everybody. It is such a unique time when the dab is upon us. This is not the final, this is the quarterfinal. Yes, Mombot helps me with the taxes stuff. She's very good at it. This is the last quarterfinal. England, France, Argentina, the other 3 that are in. All right, hold on. Another beer. That one's for sipping. Okay. Now that was the last one was for. There we go. Germany and Portugal. Wager is up. Who's leading? It is Germany. 1.2 million and 250,000 from Looney Loser. Slived has bet 100,000 on this one. On Portugal on over 3-1 odds. Germany catching 69% of the wager right now. But we're about to get going. This is our showtime. This is our showtime. Monster wagers coming in on both sides. Here we go. Clive. Hello out there. It's Germany and Portugal. The final match of the quarterfinals of this World Cup in Qatar. And Germany, they have survived a very tough gauntlet up to this point. They have gone through Brazil in the round of 16. They have gone through a group that included France. No, they didn't. Who the heck was in their group? Belgium. They survived a group with Belgium. They've beaten Brazil in the round of 16 and they are here. Portugal taken to the 10th penalty by South Korea in the round of 16, but they are here. And if the Euros run proved anything, being here is all that matters. Portugal has the quality to see it through. They are in the quarterfinals on merit. They beat South Korea on 10 penalties and they won their group over Serbia, Iran, and Colombia. They were the group winners, and as such, they'd have some claim that Germany doesn't. Germany did not win their group. They lost to Belgium on the way home. The wager is done. The teams are on the field, and the semi-finals are about to be set in Qatar. It's Germany and Portugal for one last spot in those semi-finals. The starting lineups for Germany, again, it's Thomas Müller with Gnabry and Musiala supporting. Havertz, Goretzka and Weigl. Goossens, Rudiger, Hummels and Kimmich with Neuer in goal. Ronaldo leads the line for Portugal with Mario, Fernandes, Mateus Nunes and Guedes. Then João Moutinho in a deep-lying playmaker role. Nuno Mendes, Inacio, Ruben Diaz and Rindel Correa on the back line. Patricio, the man who eventually saved a penalty from Kim Min-hyuk. He's in goal. First real chance, it's Portugal. Moutinho from the short position. Ronaldo! Cristiano Ronaldo again! Because of course it is! From his old friend João Moutinho, Cristiano Ronaldo for Portugal. And the chants broken out ensues. A World Cup quarter-final has seen Ronaldo strike again. Mario recovering. And Portugal set up rather defensively, so an early set-piece goal is a gift from heaven. Now they can play methodically, and the Germans will be left chasing the game. Guedes, Mateus Nunes, Thierry Rindel Correa. Thierry Rindel Correa. Staying all the way at the end line to provide that width. Mateus Nunes. Goossens gets it away. Havertz up to Moutinho. On for Mario! And Portugal's doubled its lead! Oh, Mario! Now, who saw this one coming? Oh, Mario at the back post! And Moutinho wastes no time finding him. It's just precise from Portugal. And Germany's against it in 28 minutes. 2 shots, 2 goals for Portugal. Long road back for Germany. They have come back from so much. Their disappointment in 2018. Their Euros stumble against England to get to these quarterfinals, but it seems as though Ronaldo is authoring destiny. And João Mario, who's not been a regular starter at this tournament, he was a substitute against South Korea. Well, he's the man that makes the big appearance for the second goal. Kimmich. Germany needs a hot start to this second half. Havertz. Havertz finds Kimmich, and it's on for Müller! And he scored again! All reliable Thomas Müller at the World Cup. It's all Havertz and Kimmich. Havertz looks the defence off and goes back to Joshua Kimmich, who takes it first time and always in the right spot, Thomas Müller. It's 2-1 Portugal, but Germany is coming. Moutinho, they've already scored off one set piece. Now toward Inacio. No, Müller. Not one to lead the break with his pace. But he has burst into a space and found Serge Gnabry. Gnabry. Weigl. Joshua Kimmich. Goretzka. Oh my word, this is a controversial decision. Bruno Fernandes has gone in. He got some of the ball, but he got a good bit of Goretzka as well. And they've given the penalty. And it's Germany to equalise. What a start to the second half, and it's Kai Havertz against Rui Patricio. Havertz scores for Germany, and it's 2-2. Portugal's early lead erased. Germany has stormed the second half. "30 minutes left to play, and Germany is threatening severely." They've got the set piece. It's Kimmich on towards Timo Werner, saved by Patricio. He's held on somehow. Rui Patricio squeezed that one. It's brilliant keeping. And Timo Werner did most of things he could do with that shot, taking it first time. Just steer it on goal. And now we are late. This is where Ronaldo always makes his mark. Guedes, Ruben Neves, on for Nuno Mendes. Silky touch. Nuno looking for Ronaldo, and he hit the post. Glancing on its way by. But Nuno Mendes he knows where his bread is buttered. He's got to get that ball in towards Ronaldo, and he's got to keep feeding him. But we are headed to extra time for Portugal, their second straight match in extra time. For Germany, they beat Brazil rather simply in the first round of knockouts. Now they find themselves in the ball of nerves of World Cup extra time. The extra time between South Korea and Portugal was rather uneventful. There was really one chance for Portugal, and then it faded right into penalties. Germany, perhaps hoping it won't be that way. They've gotten a bit of the better of the play, and it's Riddle Baku who's in! Riddle Baku! And it's saved by Patricio. The fullback just kept drifting forward, and he got himself open. Not a normal position for him. And is there a counter on? There is not for Nuno Mendes, a bit wasteful. But Riddle Baku has the big chance in extra time. And he looked as uncomfortable as you would expect. But Rui Patricio still had to make the save. The final 10 minutes of extra time in the quarterfinals. Robin Gosens for Germany. Rooting it. Emre Can. Kimmich will keep it moving. They've got Muller out on the right. Oh, he's found Gnabry. Oh, the ball just running away from Serge Gnabry. And now Diogo Jota. Jota, who's in for Ronaldo. And it's on for João Mario. Saved by Manuel Neuer. Oh, the drama in both directions. We continue. Guerrero, Moutinho, Diogo Jota. Jota driving, still driving to the end line. Diogo Jota. Oh, Moutinho! It has to be a goal! It is! German heartbreak, Portuguese elation. João Moutinho with one last act in a storied career. Neuer mishandles. He parried right into Moutinho. First shot blocked by Kimmich, but not the second. Germany needs to score. They've got to go for it with everything. And they're not going to be able to shake a chance free. It's Portugal's night. It's João Moutinho in the dying embers of the game that sends Portugal to the semi-final and eliminates Germany. Outshot 30-9. Portugal would not be denied. And we are 2 matches away from Messi and Ronaldo in the final. Holy bejesus. Brian, thank you for the gifted and for subbing, my dude. Fenton, thank you for the 6 months. All the love to you for being one of the top 3 gifters this month. Trash, thank you for the prime. And Dash Rocks, thank you so much for the 5 months. And Germany is out. And it's down to the final 2 match days. England, Argentina, France, Portugal. Unreal. England, Argentina. It's Messi against the English. The team of destiny. And our matches are attended. Let's get it saved as the end of match day 6 at the World Cup, or knockout match day 6. Argentina and Portugal threw over Croatia and Germany. Simply brilliant. 0 perfect brackets left, but 5 people got all the semifinalists right. Oh, interesting. Well done to those 5 people. Love peanuts, really. Well, I hadn't really eaten anything today, so maybe I should eat something. How much peanut editing do you have to edit out? I don't really know. Gadget's editing this, true, so it doesn't really matter, does it? It matters to me. Gadget's here too. Love that. Yeah, I've spectated the matches. Floridsdorfer's winning. Wait, today is actually a huge day for Floridsdorfer. Okay, Floridsdorfer's winning. What happened with the Lustenau? Dang it. Lustenau won by a goal. That stinks. 6 matches left of the season, and Austria Lustenau's won 3 straight to hold on to a 1-point lead in the league. Even though Floridsdorfer is winning today 4-0, Lustenau won 1-0 against Rapid Vienna's B team. Shoot! All right, I believe we are actually at match time here. Which means we have reached another save point to make sure that we're all good and tidy. Yep, we have. And we'll just make sure that I have it spectated. I definitely do. So let's go in. Ladies and gentlemen and NBs, here we are, England and Argentina, for a spot at the World Cup finals. PTSD for the English in a World Cup semi-final. For Argentina, trying to get back to the World Cup finals for the first time since 2014 after a round of 16 exit in Russia. This is their moment for both of these teams. Is it coming home? Or is Messi riding off into the sunset with the biggest trophy of them all? That guy Waldo's gone with 200,000 bacon on England. 97 from Hexaghost on Argentina. 82 wagers on Argentina, just 56 on England, but bigger money on England. 605,000 down to, whoa, my goodness, 100,000 from slived on Argentina. We'll change that a little bit. Alrighty. England and Argentina. The wager's got 30 seconds left to get your money in. Your bacon in, your channel points. 1.2 million on England, 998,000, 1 million on Argentina. 143 wagers on Argentina, 141 on England. 126,000 from Bear on Argentina is the new high wager on the Argentines. They're coming in at just over 2-1. Let's send it over to Clive. The World Cup semi-final. You can never count on playing in one of these in your life. But for Lionel Messi, it is his second. For England, it is their second in recent memory. And one of them will get to the World Cup final. For England, it would be the first time. For Argentina, it'd be the second in 3 tries. And Lionel Messi knows this is the last World Cup at the peak of his power. And the upstart 3 Lions of England, who have had 2 consecutive wonderful major tournament performances, go one step further and make the final. We're about to find out the starting lineups. Kane, Grealish, Sterling for England up front with Rice, Ward-Prowse and Henderson. Shaw, Tomori, Maguire, Wan-Bissaka. The familiar back 4 from this tournament, and Ramsdale in goal. For Argentina, it's Martinez and Dybala, with Messi in one of those 2 positions that they prefer him in, that deep right wing. Palacios, Rodriguez, Campos across the middle with Tagliafico, Lisandro Martinez, Otamendi and Montiel. Emi Martinez is the Argentinian goalkeeper. Here we go, inside 3 minutes. It's the 3 Lions, and it's Grealish. And it's Grealish back for Kane. Blocked away. There is some space out here for Aaron Wan-Bissaka, not known for his offensive prowess. Ward-Prowse met conclusively, but Wan-Bissaka towards Kane. No, it's Grealish! Oh, it's Grealish! It's Jack Grealish! The £100 million man is worth every penny! He's found the ball with a touch from the gods, and what a goal it is for Jack Grealish in the semi-final. And for a second World Cup semi-final in a row, England's got the early goal. And Argentina will have to find a way back. They've had most of the ball, the Argentines. They've just not turned it into much. 69% possession, 70% for Argentina. Really exceptional holding of the ball, 71%. But they've not turned this into a chance going the other direction, and Grealish turned it into one major one for England. Finally, a shot for Argentina, but it's come late, and they've held the ball oh so well. 92% passing for the Argentines. They've shown their quality, but they've not created. And it is 1-0 going into the second half between England and Argentina. Messi still on the field, but you know he's put in a lot of minutes throughout the course of this tournament. 40 minutes left to play for England to get to a World Cup final. Argentina continuing to keep the ball well, but they need to start to sell out a little more now. And they have taken Lionel Messi off the field. We knew that might be coming at some point with the number of matches he's had to play. No moment of magic for Messi in this semi-final. 20 minutes left now for England and Argentina. And it looks like it might just be England here. 10 minutes left to play now with England and Argentina. And it's still England all the way. Argentina have shifted into their most offensive formation. But England are in absolutely no hurry. Ward-Prowse and Wan-Bissaka, who did create the goal for England. Wan-Bissaka towards Grealish! It's Grealish! Saved by Emi Martinez. Jack Grealish looking inspired. Ward-Prowse to Maguire! Oh my goodness me! 2 near misses to try and clinch it for England. Harry Maguire hit the post, and we've got a free kick, and oh how they wish they left Messi on. They've got a free kick at the edge of the area with 4 minutes to play. And will it be Paulo Dybala? The passing of the torch. Dybala has scored! Oh, golazo! Golazo, golazo, golazo! Paulo Dybala for Argentina in the 91st minute! It'd move you to tears for Argentina. Unbelievable. And it's extra time. England left aghast at Paulo Dybala from the edge of the area. What a goal. What a time. In the World Cup semi-final, in the 92nd minute, Paulo Dybala scores the free kick. And we have 30 more minutes between England and Argentina for a spot in the final. Calvin Phillips away, Lisandro Martinez. And adding to the tortured sporting history of England here, Palacio, Montiel towards Martinez. Harry Maguire is there. Palacios, oh, what a save! What a strike by Palacios, and Ramsdale was ready. Papu Gomez. Wan-Bissaka ready. Bukayo Saka, who feared he might miss out on this match due to an injury in the previous one. But he is there. Bukayo Saka. Tamori. Playing on that left side now. Calvin Phillips. Ward-Prowse. James Ward-Prowse. Emi Martinez was uncomfortable, but he did make the save from James Ward-Prowse. And the English fans can hardly believe or take it now. Oh, Rashford! What a mistake! And a goal for Marcus Rashford! England in front in extra time! Redemption for Rashford! And infamy for Marcus Rojo, who's lunged and missed. Rashford with the cool head. England 20 minutes from a final. To the brink we go. 15 minutes to play. 10 minutes to play. And the time is running out on Lionel Messi. It's running out on Argentina. It is England going to the World Cup final in extra time. And it is Rashford that scores the goal. Jack Grealish down with an injury, crucially in extra time. And that might be important. Here comes England. Here comes England. They're on the way again. The English. Here they go. Clearly one of the best teams in the world, and they are into the final. But a goal I will never forget from Paulo Dybala, a direct free kick in the 92nd minute. I mean, are you kidding me? While the saves, yeah, it was getting weird earlier, so I just want to make sure we don't lose any results. That's all right. Didn't take that long, obviously, at all, so just get the save in. Obviously tough for Argentina, but England dominated the middle third of that game. I mean, really did. The Grealish's injury might be important. If he's out for more than a week, he's going to miss the final. And he's been England's, best wing, him and Sterling. We'll see if he got one of those Saka injuries, though. No, he's out. Grealish is out 2 to 4 weeks. Turned his ankle, he's toast. But that is a concern for the final, and one of these two teams will be in it, either Portugal or France in the World Cup semifinal. France out of the gate early at 61% of the wagering against Ronaldo's Portugal. 142,000 from that guy Waldo on Portugal, 61,000 on Brownie. Hilltoppers come 93,000 on France there. And we're over 500,000 already on both teams. There are 2 matches left at this World Cup. France, Portugal, and then somebody's playing England for a World Cup trophy. $150 wagers on France to 74 on Portugal right now. 109,000 from Suave on France. 142 again, still the high on Portugal for that guy Waldo. That's got big returns for that guy Waldo for sure. France at 60%, 1.4 million. Portugal's about to draw a million. They're at 910,000. Unreal. And it is time to hand this over to Clive Livingsworth to take us through the last semifinal. Well, it's France and Portugal now, with one spot in the World Cup final available and one team to fill it. France trying to become a legendary team with back-to-back World Cup titles. Ronaldo trying to bring home Portugal's first World Cup in his final World Cup. Here we go. Teams out on the field. Lineups to be announced momentarily. France and Portugal. It's Ronaldo leading Portugal again. Gonçalo Guedes, Mateus Nunes, Ruben Neves, and Bernardo Silva through the middle with Palhinha behind them. Mendes, Inacio, Diaz, and Cancelo behind them with Rui Patricio, of course, in goal. Benzema, Coman, and Griezmann, the familiar front three for France with Mbappe out with that knee injury. Pogba, Kante, and Rabiot. Then Theo Hernandez, Upamecano, Varane, and Koundé. Mainan is the goalkeeper for France. Showtime! Over $1 million wagered on both teams, but we are going to have to pause that wager now because France will end up 62% on the wager, Portugal at 38% of the wager. Here we go! France and Portugal for a spot at the World Cup final. And a rather tame start between these two teams. We've got France from the corner. Griezmann, glancing header from Upamecano. Seen over by Rui Patricio. Ronaldo scoring in the quarterfinals. A survival act from Portugal. They pulled their way by Germany in extra time. Nunes, Ronaldo. Portugal in their traditional colours. Bernardo Silva, Cancelo, Ruben Neves. It's a fluid triangle over on this side, and Cancelo's going to go by himself. He's got Ronaldo to look for. Neves, Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva still driving, and he'll exercise his discretion. Palhinha. Here we go, Nunes. Gonçalo Guedes! Oh, he might have been offside. A velocitous strike from Gonçalo Guedes. But he is offside, and you better hope he was actually offside, or there will be a riotous response to this. Oh my goodness, it's the front of his knee. It's the front of his knee that's offside for Portugal, and we're 0-0 to the half. Ref. It's that tip of his knee, his kneecap, a bit too bulbous, perhaps. And, you know, a leg hair offside there for Gonçalo Guedes. And the second half is upon us between France and Portugal at 0-0. Cristiano Ronaldo's not found much involvement to this point, but both teams have been organized in defense and not conceded much. 7 shots to 2 to France at the moment for a spot in the World Cup finals. You just need that special delivery. They've made the change, Portugal, that they've made in almost every match. Diogo Jota for Ronaldo, around 65 minutes. Guerreiro. And then who will Portugal get their dose of magic from without Cristiano Ronaldo? They got it last time. Theo Hernandez stretching the field, attacking the end line, but he's turned it over. Patricio. He's got just Diogo Jota to look for, and that's who he's gone after. Oh my goodness, Jota! He's made a fool of them both! Diogo Jota has that moment! Unbelievable from Jota! After 2 of the best centre-backs in the world. First Varane, and then Dio Upamecano. He's fooled them both and rounded Mainen. It's brilliant. Diogo Jota for Portugal, and France need a goal. Patricio with the assist. And France, they're just not going to get it. Portugal's so organized in defense, and Cristiano Ronaldo will have an opportunity to win a World Cup in his final World Cup. Unbelievable for Portugal. They bring out Ronaldo. They bring in Diogo Jota. He scores the goal. Portugal's going through to the final. And the French, with an admirable showing, have gone out in the semi-finals. Having won their World Cup, they finally relinquish it. The holders have been retired. But Diogo Jota raised his level to that of godlike in the final 20 minutes with an individual effort that will be remembered forever in Portugal. A special moment only the World Cup could provide. And so we're down in the corner, so we're back. How you doing? France, Portugal is the final. Apparently it... Oh, okay. It'd continue again, I think. Yeah, now he should be good. Yeah, no, we do actually comprehensive, I think, for the final. Really just experience the World Cup final. England and Portugal, 2 of the biggest viewerships on this channel. Remember, guys, keep it in English. Don't need to give the mods too much work. Just try and keep it in English because we can't moderate other languages. We don't have that sort of mod group yet. Argentina, France is the 3rd place game, which we do not attend. We do not attend the 3rd place game, but more power to Argentina and France. Portugal and England. Ronaldo against the English national team for a World Cup title. They do not have Jack Grealish. They do not have Jack Grealish. Portugal obviously has arrested Ronaldo because they've been taking him out in the 65th minute of every major turn or of every game. He is, you know, he's old. England, Portugal on the 18th. The magic is here. That's our World Cup final. 32 teams from Haiti and Jamaica down to 2. And England and Portugal. Oh, the wager's already up, and my goodness, already $1 million on both teams. Everybody's wagering on the final. We got 1.8 million on England, 1.3 million on Portugal, 250,000 from that guy Waldo on England, 250,000 from Louis TK on Portugal. Huge money going both directions. In the chat. $2.3 million bacon on England. 1.5 million bacon on Portugal to win the World Cup final. The nerves are high. Over 2 million on each team. Over 300 wagers placed on who will win the World Cup in the chat. It is Ronaldo's last dance, and it is Ronaldo's last game. Starts on the 18th. So it's not a long wait. 3.3 million on England, 2.2 million on Portugal. Yeah, I know. Instrumental anthems. I know. $3.4 on England, 2.3 on Portugal. And it is World Cup final day between England and Portugal. The third place game goes to France. Saint-Maximin, Nabil Fekir, and Rafael Ravan with first half goals to give France the World Cup third place, and Leo Messi done at the World Cup with a fourth place finish with his Argentina side. And that is the final save point before we get to play this. We'll queue up the anthems, of course. Hey, chill. All right, here we go. We are set to observe Ronaldo in Portugal against Kane in England. Showtime. And we go to Clive Livingsworth for the final of the World Cup. Every single footballer that has ever put on the boots and struck a ball has dreamt of being on this field. England and Portugal, and 22 lucky lads with a chance to win their whole country glory for all time. For England, it would be their second and their first in near 60 years. For Portugal, it would be their first in honor of all the great Portuguese players from Eusebio on that have come before. A World Cup title lives forever, and its heroes never die. And one of these nations will bring home that trophy for all to see. In Ronaldo's last dance, in England's new generation, something great is about to happen. For the anthems of our two competing teams, we turn first to the national anthem of England. That won't do. Nope. We need to kick this match off, and then we need to turn the audio off. Give me a second. That won't do. It's not loud enough. Hold on. Keep your emotes going. Here we go. The national anthem of England. Come on, England! And now, please remain standing for the national anthem of Portugal. Cup final. The English national team hearing their anthem in a World Cup final for just the second time in history. And for Portugal's same, here we are. 90 minutes to decide a World Cup champion. Can chat wait any longer? I do not think so. Here we go. England and Portugal in 90 minutes left. And it's a free kick for the Portuguese. Rafael Guerreiro towards the back post. And it's brave. Very brave from Ramsdale. He's gone towards Saka. It's a header that's going to go all the way to Rui Patricio. And Patricio's gone right back the other direction. How about Ramsdale now? Here we go, back and forth. Better safe than sorry in these situations. Guerreiro. Gonçalo Guedes. Oh, Wan-Bissaka. That's what he's known for. He's taken the ball back, and Bukayo Saka going to look to cut in on his left foot. It's the ball back from Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Oh, interesting pass back for Wan-Bissaka here. James Ward-Prowse, Phil Foden, spinning away to Sterling to Kane, and England lead! A lightning quick goal for England! And Harry Kane, who's been silent in these knockouts, is roaring now. What a pass from Sterling. Just caught Thierry Randall Correa out of position. And Harry Kane scores the goal for England. The first shot of the match is in. England's starting lineup is Sterling, Kane and Saka. No Grealish available. He's been huge. Foden, Ward-Prowse, Rice, Shaw, Maguire, Tomori, Wan-Bissaka and Ramsdale. For Portugal, very familiar formation with Ronaldo up there. Guedes, Fernandes, João Mario, Bernardo Silva, Moutinho, Guerrero, Pepe, Ruben Diaz, Rendell Correa and Patricio are out and abound. But it's England with the lead and England trying to add to it. This is what James Ward-Prowse does. What a spot for him. Ward-Prowse! And the goal is in! And it's 2-0 to England inside 16 minutes. James Ward-Prowse, one of the premier dead ball strikers in the world game, with a perfect opportunity to score the goal. And Portugal are up against it now. Ronaldo trying to inspire the troops. They certainly need to bring one back rather quickly to restore the parity to this game. Mario. On to Thierry Rendell Correa. And we play on. Mario, Bruno Fernandes. It is a heartbreaking start for the Portuguese. Having come so far against such long odds, their very difficult path to this final. Bruno Fernandes towards Ronaldo. Ramsdale is there. Kept alive by Rafael Guerrero to Gonzalo Guedes. Guedes is offside. He is offside. And it remains 2-0 to England. Portugal probing, but they've not found a real good chance to go forward yet. To test Ramsdale. Sterling. Ranging towards the middle. Rice. Shaw. Raheem Sterling. He's on the move. Shaw. Foden. Declan Rice, saved by Rui Patricio. Ward-Prowse over a dead ball. He's gone short for Fikayo Tomori, who's done really well. And the save could have gone anywhere. It went to Correa, and now towards Kane. Correa again there. But England have got their pedal to the floor, and Bukayo Saka's won a corner. Ward-Prowse to the back post, Harry Maguire, and it's saved by Patricio. Portugal absolutely against it, but they were against it against Germany as well, and they found a way to survive and score the goals they needed. They will need that again. João Mario, Ruben Diaz, Thierry Rendell Correa, Bernardo Silva. Holds it up. Rendell Correa's made the run forward. He's received the pass, but he's dispossessed by Luke Shaw. Maguire to Phil Foden. And now Maguire again. This is what he can do. Bit of a marauding run from Maguire, and he's... Oh, mistake! Kane! 3-0! And it's nightmare! Nightmare stuff for Portugal. Harry Kane might have just brought it home in the first half. And it's Maguire that's made the play. Rafael Guerrero thought he could knock it down for Ruben Diaz, and he couldn't. And Portugal might have just lost their heads there. This type of pressure can do that to you. Fernandes up towards Ronaldo, but he's all alone up there. They really need to perhaps change the way they're playing, Portugal, if they're going to find a way back into this match, because England has played close match after close match to get to this point, but they are blowing them out in the World Cup final. Saka. Bukayo Saka to his left. Now Bukayo Saka again to Kane. Blocked by Ruben Diaz. Pepe. Chamario. It's going to have to be something really special now from Portugal. Bruno Fernandes. Moutinho in Chamario. Portugal trying to settle themselves. They really might need one goal before the half just to provide that belief going into the locker room. Thierry Rindel-Correa. Chamario. It's gone long for Gadjet. He's found him. Gadjet. Bruno. Gonzalo Gadjet. That's better from Portugal. They need more of that to put the pressure on England. Ronaldo down for Gonzalo Gadjet. Or the 1-2. Cristiano Ronaldo. We know he's capable of that sort of magic. But it's not happened for him here. Foden not outrunning Thierry Rindel-Correa. Patricio up towards Ronaldo. He wins it for Gadjet. Bruno Fernandes. Gonzalo Gadjet. Ronaldo! Saved! He was offside. But wow, Ramsdale. Right where he needed to be. And it is 3-0 at halftime to England over Portugal. Ruben Neves in for Gonzalo Gadjet. They've shifted around. But Portugal made their way to this final by limiting their opponents and taking advantage of opportunities. They did score 3 goals against Germany in the last match. They're going to need the second half of their lives. And this will be a free kick for Portugal. It's Rafael Guerreiro. And Sterling got in the way. .40 minutes left to play now. Patricio. Ronaldo again winning it. They're playing off him up front. Towards Bruno. And oh my goodness me! It's Ronaldo! No, he's missed it! Oh, he's missed the goal! Oh, would you believe that? In the World Cup final, Ramsdale's out to sea, and Cristiano Ronaldo has got one chance at the left-footed volley, and he missed it. The bitter pill to swallow for Portugal keeps getting larger. Sterling skied it. He was offside anyways. But Portugal need goals, plural. They need them now. Ward-Prowse from range. Patricio always there. The 3-0, will it expand further? Not here. Ward-Prowse ushered away by Ruben Diaz. England beat Spain on penalties. In the 5th penalty of the shootout, Ramsdale made the save. They beat Nigeria 1-0 and survived Argentina in the semi-finals. But they have looked their absolute best in this final. Saka on towards Sterling. That's ambitious. Maguire cut out by Thierry Rindel-Correa. It's Jovan. And they have had their 1 or 2 moments, Portugal, to get themselves back into this game, but they've not been taken. The huge mistake by Guerreiro, really burying the spirit. Ruben Neves. Pepe. He's got the man in front of him, Mateus Nunes, who's had a big role to play in getting to this final. Thierry Rindel-Correa and Jovan working on that side of the field. England in no hurry here. Mateus Nunes has made the run, received the ball on for Chamario! Saved by Ramsdale. Leaping to his left, Ramsdale keeps England up by 3. And Portugal continues to push, but that one too far from Patricio. He's found the forehead of Ronaldo so many times in this game. Now up for Sterling. Sterling towards Kane, defended by Ruben Diaz. Rashford and Jordan Henderson in for Saka and Phil Foden. Their match has been run. The nerves are starting to disappear into elation now for the English. A long, tortured wait might be coming to a close with 20 minutes left It's still 3-0 against Portugal. Kane, Henderson, Ward-Prowse and Sterling. They're keeping hold of it here. Sterling's never going through, but Wan-Bissaka's waiting on the wing, and he whips it towards Kane. Pepe got it away, but England are still swaggering about in the attacking half of the field. Is he onside here, Ward-Prowse? He is. Tackled by Ruben Diaz, and they burst out now. Portugal up to Cristiano Ronaldo. Running perhaps his last race at a World Cup. Ward-Prowse has gone for it. Patricio, wow. Not easy. 15 minutes to play for England. Ward-Prowse. Ronaldo back defending. The final of England's dreams. James Ward-Prowse to the back post. Abraham! And the beer is flying. The party has started. And England's going to win the World Cup. Tammy Abraham scores. James Ward-Prowse has played a stormer. And it is England's night in Doha. It was always England's night from the off. Portugal tying and blasting their way through to the final. Have come up one good game short of a Ronaldo send-off for the ages. Thierry Rendell Correa. Giovanni, they're in a really good position here, but the service was not good. Rafael Guerrero. Mateus Nunes. And again, England up to the task. Ramsdale looking to keep a clean sheet here. It is the magic night for England. Rashford. Oh, Ruben Diaz is in trouble, and the tempers have flared, and Ruben's off. Ruben Diaz came studs up there. Hard to complain. And Portugal, they've bested every nation in the world but one. And it seems absolutely certain now that it will be England's World Cup for the first time since 1966. Sterling charging up to Aaron Wan-Bissaka. And he's fouled by Guerrero, who's had a real nightmare himself this entire match. He's the one that gave away a goal earlier, and he's going to get a yellow card for his trouble. The Portuguese struggling to cope with the situation at hand. 66, if I said 68, my apologies. England unable to capitalise, but there'll be few in England who care anymore. It's 4-0 in the World Cup final after a penalty shootout against Spain, a close one with Nigeria, and oh, they're just going to run away with this one. Tammy Abraham with the brace in the World Cup finals. 10-man Portugal officially washed away. And after a tournament of brilliant close matches, it's all England. And the feeling of relief and the release of the pressure and the monkey off the back for England. Impossible to describe, and the effect it's had on the team as well, to have them come out and play absolutely brilliantly all the way through here. And you just have to love that football manager sound. Ever reliable. The crowd is already left, really. Now we're back. And Ronaldo's offside. And I do regret to inform the rest of the world, but chat into those in England. Congratulations, as there's 3 lions on the shirt, and it is in fact coming home to the land where the game was invented, England itself. Coutinho dropping between the centre-backs to pass it forward. Portugal was undone early and then often. Throughout this match, they really gutted their way against the odds, against Germany, and put together so many huge results. But England's a bridge too far. A singular bridge. Too far for Portugal, and what a career Cristiano Ronaldo has had, especially at the World Cup. He scored in these knockouts as well. Neves with a yellow card as the frustration boils again. But England is going to win the 2022 World Cup, and they might just win it right now. The whistle's gone. It's come home. England wins 5-0 in the final. They gutted out and erased the penalty demons against Spain, beat upstart Nigeria, and ruined Messi's last dance. Then they finish off Ronaldo, and they're well and truly the champions of the world tonight. It's England who've won the World Cup in 2022. And the pain evaporates into a pool of confetti for England. Ramsdale's clean sheet, Kane's brace, Tammy's brace, and England's flying all the way home. How about a hand for Clive? Called an excellent tournament. The payout is there, and it is England that have won the World Cup simulation on our live sports database. And while the final was a blowout, what an incredible tournament. The extra time between England and Argentina. The winner from Moutinho for Portugal. Argentina thrashing Croatia. The 91st minute goal for Benzema against Italy. I mean, what knockouts. The 10-shot penalty shootout between Portugal and South Korea in the round of 16. Unbelievable. England's penalty shootout win against Spain. Pogba's 88th minute winner against Mexico. Nigeria's come from behind win against Ghana. Italy's come from behind win against the Netherlands, and a great group stages as well. Really tremendous tournament, and we'll make sure we get it saved. And the next live sports tournament will be the Asian Cup. The Asian Cup will be the next live sports tournament. Will it be defended by Qatar, or will somebody else swoop in? The golden boot to Ciro Immobile with 6 goals. Player of the tournament, Romelu Lukaku with an average 8.3. Goalkeeper of the tournament, Ramsdale had 6 clean sheets. And the most assists to Bukayo Saka with 5. Or will the War Elephants of Thailand take it all? Will South Korea, the best Asian team at the World Cup, take it all? There you go. Absolutely incredible. Brilliant. Let continue up one more time to make sure all that is locked in. Or will it be the White Wolves of Uzbekistan in the Asian Cup? There you go. World Cup 2022 complete. Saved for all history. An England win in the final. Yo, Tom, thank you for the prime, my dude. Mitch, thank you for the 16 months. Magano, thank you so much for the 11 months. Jeff, the 14. Daza, the 2. Paquilquint, thank you so much for the 3. Dash, thank you again for the 5 months. Ward Brand with the gifted, of course. A legendary tournament. Amazing moments. Drama all the way home. That Croatia-Scotland match I'll never forget. Flipping back and forth between who was going to the knockouts, and then Croatia got to the quarterfinals. Took 115,000 bacon and turned it into 357. What a performance. We dabbed today. Brilliant. All right. We are going to raid somebody. That is the end of the stream. But if you've not been a part of a raid, do stick around for it. It's very fun. We get to go make somebody's day. Go raid somebody that's playing Football Manager. Even if you're not going to stick around for that part. Let's just take a look around. See what's happening here. There's a Season 7 Draft Challenge League. I don't necessarily know what that is, but it sounds interesting. Sounds like some people that have got together and done something. So let's go check that out. All right. Thank you, everybody that subscribed, that allows us to do crazy stuff like this. Hopefully we made your Friday a little bit better. Crazy World Cup. And, of course, we will do a simulation with all of the teams that are actually in the World Cup here soon. So you get that to look forward to. That's in the future. Hit a stretch. All right. I'll see you on Monday. We'll be Dorfing on Monday. It's going to be a good time. 20 good minutes recording today. So we'll hit you with that probably before Monday. So you get to enjoy 20 good minutes coming back. And I'll see you guys then. Dorfers, you surprised I'm Jack? I do 100 push-ups a day, bro. That's the only workout I can do while not leaving my room like a true gamer. Okay, I'll see you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody. Have a great Easter if you celebrate. Alrighty, word of the day. A little Friday word of the day. Vanguard. Ooh.
Vanguard.
Nice. Vanguard refers to the forefront of an action or movement. That means coming from the original sense of the word, referring to troops moving at the head of an army. The manufacturer is in the vanguard of green technology. Cool. Vanguard, the Vanguard.